Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship. My name's Woody, and today we've got the best teams from all across the American continent to battle it out for the chance to join the World Finals stage. We've got over $1 million in prizes for this year's event and 6 of the best teams to watch today, Ark.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. Starting things off with LATAM South, following up with the North America and LATAM North regions. We had some explosive games yesterday in Europe, and no doubt there'll be many more explosive games today.
You're certainly right about that. The metagame has been evolving and shaping into a new form. We're getting to see the best teams bring to bear the bossiest ballers on the planet. Take a look at the leaderboard in LATAM South right now, where INTZ has got it all but locked down. If they win any matches today and get at least second place, they'll take it all home and will be able to go on to the Worlds at the end of the year. There you go. You can see the points available for them to earn through the rest of the 3 additional qualifiers we have, Ark.
Yeah, INTZ have been by far one of the most consistent teams in LATAM South. So today, a very, very big day for them. They do have to do just a little bit more, but they have been dominating the leaderboards month by month. And yeah, very little now that can stand in the way, but there is still that chance. And we'll have to wait and see how they stay against Black Lions and before Esports.
That's right. INTZ are going to be sitting on the bench for the first match, while Black Lions is going to be going up against the number 2 team on the region. That's B4 Esports. Black Lions have been an ascendant name in this Brawl Stars Championship and have earned a lot of respect and fans over the past few weeks, earning their spot here at the top 3 of the region. So we'll see how they fare today and whether they will be able to make a name for themselves going forward with success today.
Yeah, Black Lion actually they actually knocked out Clash LATAM in their qualifier, and I spoke to B2 from Before Esports earlier this week, and he actually had a great deal of respect for many of the players on Black Lions and said that they are not to be underestimated in any way. So I'm really looking forward to those games myself.
That's one of the things we love the most about the Brawl Stars Championship. Any team of 3 can get together and qualify for one of these big matches and completely shake up the leaderboard, make a name for themselves, and earn thousands of dollars in the process. But don't count out B4 Esports. There's a reason why they are the top-ranked team that's qualified here today, with still a shot at trying to kick out INTZ. They've got a long road ahead of them, but this is a team that has had many successes in the past months, making their way to actually the number 4 spot on the leaderboard with 80 points total, and are trying to get another big pickup. But it's going to be a long and difficult road with these 2 bans. What are they, Ark?
Yeah, we got Surge straight off the bat for Black Lions, so no Surge and no Gale. Would like to have seen Surge myself. We saw him played a little bit yesterday, but definitely a very, very strong brawler in the current meta. In fact, I asked the players what the 3 most frequent, most commonly go-to meta brawlers were. They said Gale, Surge, and I think the final one was Jean often as well. Straight off the bat, we're going to go to Bounty as our game mode, and Heatwave is going to be our map.
Gale and Surge certainly were 2 of the most banned brawlers yesterday, so if a team doesn't want to practice with a certain brawler, or they think that the comps that they want to bring might be weak against a certain brawler, they can ban them out from competition and prevent their opponents from using them. That's what we have here today. Gale and Surge, the 2 brawlers knocked out. Surge, one of the newest brawlers, so we haven't really seen how his spot in the metagame has fully developed yet, but pretty much every time a team had an opportunity to play him yesterday when he wasn't banned, they did. So that really speaks to his strength. And here we go with the first competition, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, every time I log into Twitter, every pro player is complaining about Surge, so I'm going to be expecting to see a lot of that being banned. I reckon some Mr. P might make an appearance here. Yeah, we are going to see Mr. P straight off the bat. Another brawler, which is, again, causing a lot of stir amongst the pros, and very aggressive play straight away from Before Esports, getting an early kill there.
Yeah, this is a bounty game mode, so it's all about racking up those stars through brawler kills. The more kills you get, though, the more your bounty increases, and the more difficult it comes to make the comeback happen. But wow, what a smashing success early on for B4 Esports. This Slambulance comp that they built has got 2 big burly brawlers out in front. Jackie and BB can both dish out a ton of damage and take a beating as well. And with Tufa healing out back as Poco, that's going to be a lot to deal with Black Lions are really struggling to keep pace in the early stage of this match.
Yeah, no kidding. 14 stars so early on. Actually closing the gap a little bit there by Black Lion to make it 11 stars on their side. Only one kill really separating them, or maybe two if they do go for it. I didn't know. But yeah, a really aggressive early start to Bounty. We don't often see Bounty quite this aggressive so early on. So I think probably an explosive finale here, but definitely the Slam is working out well so far for Before Esports.
Before Esports playing very aggressively and pushing Black Lions back into their spawn. That's certainly not where they want to be. Before Esports is definitely a much more in-your-face, hit them while you got the chance, and then return and get back to safety while you can. While Black Lions really want to play the entirety of the field, they've got some mid-range brawlers that have got some decent damage across a wide distance. So that's why they're trying to push back up into the mid, and they've done a pretty good job at that. They've almost narrowed the gap now where they're only 1 star behind, but 1 star can make all the difference in the end. Only 20 seconds left, and Black Lions need to get another kill, Ark.
If BT Zim can get his super, actually, he is running the new gadget Tripwire, which we saw playing just a minute ago, and there's the kill that they needed. 15 stars on the board for Black Lion. In the final seconds, can they hold on? I think they're going to have this in the bag. And what an ending turnaround for Black Lion, who were behind for the majority of that game, but picked up that final second kill.
Yeah, a really massive lead from Before Esports was just completely thrown out the window. They had too many stars stacked up on them from those early kills, and with just a few drops, they wound up giving the lead over in the last remaining seconds. Very aggressive play from Before Esports was rewarded in the early game, but ultimately became super punishing and led to their eventual downfall. That's just one game out of the 3. We've got a best of 3 set format and a best of 5 sets in this match overall.
Yeah, I've got to say, I do like what I'm seeing straight away from both these teams. They're not really shying away from any kind of action, and that for me is always a great sign. I'm not sure that Bounty is the ideal game mode to kind of start that kind of aggression for myself. I think that you've got to be very aware of how often you're dying, especially with that Bounty on your head. The number of stars above your head does determine how many stars the opposing team will gain if they are to take you down. So definitely not quite the start that I expected, but I'm looking forward to seeing the next rounds of Bounty for sure now.
Yeah, I think it's really a pleasant surprise to see them both going so aggressively early on here, specifically Before Esports, but then getting punished as Black Lions realized, oh, this is the pace that we're going to set for this game? All right, let's do it. They come back swinging just as hard and emerge victorious with just a 1-star lead that's certainly not dominating by any stretch of the imagination, but with plenty of room for Before Esports to make a comeback happen in game 2 or 3 here. The first set really sets the pace for how this match evolves, and the team that comes out more aggressive early on tends to get that momentum building up, especially if they were able to pick up the first set. Bounty, as you've noted, though, is kind of a weird dynamic for aggression, though. You typically see them start off a lot slower. So what do you think is going through these players' minds as they're making that really aggressive leap into the fray?
This is the thing. Black Lions now have a bit of an idea as to how Before Esports obviously want to run the thing. So I think they're going to maybe switch things up. I mean, Sprout is a very go-to brawler in this particular map. So it's very good at controlling those lanes and shutting down areas of the map. So that can give a strategic advantage there. And we have seen Sprout played a lot. We've also seen a lot of Brock on this map as well. And I was surprised to not see Brock or Jean actually in those first games. So they would be the brawlers that I would see either of these two teams considering, but I actually do like the Bow pick here. I think that Tripwire as a gadget has definitely changed up Bow a great deal and made him more viable in bounties. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do continue to see that particular pick, but definitely a lot of brawlers in the minds of these players as to what they might go to. Maybe some Jackie, that kind of thing. We'll have to wait and see.
And Mr. P has kind of been one of the low-key favorite picks among pros, especially when there's 2 brawler bans out there. Mr. P is rarely the guy who gets banned out, but is almost always at the top of the win rates and really high pick rates for these pro players. They love being able to bounce that briefcase really far away and get those roboporters set up to just snowball the advantage later on. This map is pretty interesting in that there's a lot of bushes and a lot of obstacles to provide cover, but it's a relatively open map still, so you can kind of play at a lot of different comps to great success. It all just kind of depends upon the strategy that you bring to bear. And interestingly enough, we see basically an inversion of the strategies here with the Slambulance comp on the bottom for Black Lions up against the mid-range approach from B4 Esports.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's that rock, paper, scissors approach, and it does seem to be that it's going to be Black Lion this time round with the Slambulance and a bit of a variation on the other side of things, but a bit of aggression early on. Adinho had to retreat there. Interesting to note as well, Adinho is running a Handle with Care as a star power, not Revolving Door, that we've seen so prominent in previous months for Mr. P's choice of star power. And Mr. P is a very, very good pick at the moment. A lot of pros saying that there's very little difference between the star powers because he's just such a good brawler to choose from. Tuva has super now. He'll be looking to get a pull here and probably looking to avoid a VT as he is running that batting stance star power, and pulling that BB would not be probably the preferred option on his mind, but a much slower pace already off the bat as we start this second round.
Yeah, that BB is looking dangerous here. Decides to make a stab for Tufa, but doesn't commit fully to it. We'll back off. It's an advantage for Black Lions as they were able to grab that star early off, and if they can hold on to this lead for another 20 seconds, they'll pack away with a set win, but nice pull there onto VT Sim. He's getting peeled up, back up by Zero, and that's going to be enough to keep him up. A victory for Black Lions as B4 Esports failed to make that pull kill happen, and that's going to be a really difficult 2v3 for them to try to get another kill to stack on top.
Yeah, Tuva's got to pull, ready to roll. He's going to pull in VT again, but the heal is there, and again, that BB pull, not the ideal brawler to be focusing the attention on, and just as quickly as that, Black Lions will take the first set.
A complete collapse of the B4 Esports strategy and inversion of their approach, switching out so many brawlers and then not being able to keep up the aggression that got them an early lead in the first game. Black Lions have all of a sudden just flipped the script and taken the first set with relative ease here. Black Lions, you can see on the scoreline here, had just as many kills as B4 Esports in the overall match score, but got more stars because they were able to make the comeback happen. Those stars racking up early on from the lead that B4 Esports picked up were just ripe for the picking by Black Lions.
I really like what I'm seeing. It's kind of like Black Lions came into this and just kind of pacing themselves to kind of see what their pace of their opponents was going to be. And before Esports kind of came out really aggressive, came out swinging, and then Black Lions kind of adapted and evolved, and we saw them kind of cope with that pressure and respond accordingly. And I wonder whether they will set the pace moving in to our next set, which will be Siege, and the map will be Olive Branch.
Yeah, just the sort of strategy you'd expect from someone like Thales. He flows like water, just like Bruce Lee. He's allowing you to come at him hard, and then he'll strike back even harder on the return. So really happy for Black Lions, a newcomer team to this competitive scene with only 20 points in the leaderboard so far, but gaining a lot of respect for their ability to knock down bigger teams, adapt, learn from their mistakes, and come out ahead when it really matters. So set 2 is going to be queued up very shortly here, and we'll get a chance to take another look at whether Black Lions have got it in store for them. You know, they might be the kings of the jungle here, these Lions, but B4 Esports really are the big dogs in the LATAM South scene for this matchup. They've got a leaderboard edge and much more experience on the main stage. So we'll see if that pans out to their advantage in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. INTZ are definitely out in front. So it's interesting that a smaller team, a much smaller team in terms of points, can actually make a big difference to their end result. And before Esports will be looking to definitely close the gap, and this is their chance to do so. But Black Lion right now are doing a great job of giving that blow to their confidence early on. And we'll have to see if they can respond. A quick early shutdown before Esports dominating the current kind of map control as the Sprout Super goes down to try to deter some of that away. But I think it might be an early push already for before Esports getting 3 bolts there. They will be getting that bot coming in now, and Black Lions on early defense.
Yeah, B4 Esports running Pam and Sprout, same as Black Lions. It's just going to be that BB and Carl swap out on the opposite sides that's going to cause the difference in this comp to go one way or the other. I think that the advantage early on for B4 Esports was because BB was a bit more close and ready to fight for those bolts. On the other side, though, Thales was doing his best to kind of reposition and didn't get much of a lucky bolt spawn there. So the first siege bot going to B4 Esports, but I got to say that I don't think they made very much use of it. No damage on the Ike, and they're still contesting for the middle there. Beidou having to force his way out, but not able to survive. The bolt score is just evened up for this second siege, Ark.
Yeah, I like what Thales is doing on this left-hand side here, just chipping away at Tufa with the support as well from Zero there, and the takedown should be there, and it is going to be a level 5 push this time around for Black Lions, and a great round to do so, because if they can just control the mid after this push, then they stand a really, really good chance of actually not having to worry too much about that 6-bolt lead that before Esports have for the next round. But they do have to shut this down, get the spawn trap in, and it is going to be a pretty comfortable defense, so it's all about now a great shutdown there, gotta mention, from Zero, and that is going to help a lot to delay that advance from before Esports.
Yeah, valiant defense from B4, but they took damage on their Ike and they couldn't get back into the mid just in time. So it's going to be a chance for Black Lions to regain that Bolt lead that they were able to pick up in the second round. And wow, these supers from Sprout are really shutting down B4. They don't have any way of getting out of the middle of the base. And that's all the bolts going to Black Lions now. They'll get the third and final siege bot and claim victory in this first game.
Zero is absolutely cracked right now. I love what I'm seeing. That round was pretty much entirely him in terms of delaying the advance that was so important to do going into that third round, and some absolutely fantastically placed Sprout supers from him, and that is going to mean Black Lions will comfortably take this first round.
Leaving that Ike up just as if to say, we've got more coming for you. Black Lions take game number 1 with some beautiful map control there. And just like you mentioned, I gotta say, Zero is the MVP of this Black Lion squad, at least from the first couple of games that we've seen so far, setting up that super exactly where he needed it to keep Tufa out of the mid. That Pam right in the core can be really daunting to face off against, especially if you're a Sprout and you know you're not too strong. You can't dish out that much damage. You don't have that much hit points, but your support factor there and being able to deny access to enemy brawlers is so crucial, especially on like a quasi King of the Hill format here, where you want to dominate the midfield. You want to be able to pick up as many bolts as you can early on to get that momentum swinging.
Yeah, before Esports were just kind of left there going, what do we do? Do we go around and waste time to get to the lane sides, or do we just wait for this Sprout super to kind of disappear? And before they knew it, the round was over anyway, and it didn't matter despite having 6 bolts actually prepared for that round. It did require Black Lions to be more aware of their area control and to shut down those opportunities, but they did just that. And I really like what I'm seeing. And it's kind of what Beta was telling me in my interview, was that, like, you know, do not underestimate Black Lions. Yes, we've not seen them before in a monthly finals, but they're definitely showing that they can stand up to the heat.
Hear them roar with the set 1 victory and a pickup as well in the first game of set 2. They seem to be on a rampaging tear through B4 Esports, ripping them apart. Remember, B4 Esports have got to win this region if they want to have a chance at qualification for the World Finals at the end of the year. And so far, this is not looking very good at all for them. They've got to rally right here and now. Fans of B4 Esports have got to show their love in the chat if they want their team to make that comeback happen. This is really dicey for them so far, Ark, and game number 2 of the second set will determine whether or not they've still got it in them.
Yeah, this is not a game that they really want to be losing now, because to be 2 sets behind is going to put a ton of pressure, and they do not want that on their shoulders. As Tifu's moving over to Bo this time round. Not a bad actual pick, in my opinion. Get the mines placed correctly. He might be able to put some pressure on Zero on that mid lane there, but as B2 goes in for the push as well, a much better start, I would say, for before Esports, getting down this early lockdown. But we did see this in the previous round, and with a tie though, this is actually dangerous territory for both teams, because the first push, if it's defended, means that the final stage push is going to be a really big one.
And Dino is playing this perfectly on the left side lane, shutting down Thales, absolutely grabbing every single bolt on the left side. The midfield is a tit-for-tat battle between Tufa and VT Zim that's kind of going nowhere fast, but wow, huge advantage for B4 Esports thanks to Adinho, and you can see it in that bolt score stacking up, +6 for B4. The red team is really coming back and giving exactly what their fans were expecting. That second siege is definitely going to be going over for them, and that's going to be a smashing success at that. Look at that. 13 bolts, 14, 15, even more. They might even be able to wipe this Ike off the map with one go.
Adinho left does go down to Thales, and that is going to make a big difference to the amount of pressure that before Esports can apply to this push. For a nice placed super as well from Zero, directing the bot to the left-hand side. It might be a pretty comfortable defense, not necessarily that as much damage, but now Tufa with shots going down. 7 is done in is it for round 2. It goes to Before Esports. It did look like it might have been defendable, but Before Esports slammed it down and said, no, we've got this under control.
Shoved it straight in, just like they did of game 1, set 1. A massive strike can really devastate your opponents, and this kind of tit-for-tat battle for control of the mid is just irrelevant if you've got such a massive siege bot. All the bolts racked up by Black Lions amounting to nothing in that last round. Before Esports with a huge aggressive push, dominate in exactly the manner that their fans have come to expect in the past. So maybe this is the start of the comeback. Maybe they have found the exact magic formula that they've needed. Hear them on the march once again, Ark.
Yeah, I think that Before Esports are definitely at home with aggression and just going in, but with the downside of that comes, the potential to die a lot more and to be a bit more reckless. So it's going to be a balance, and I did feel like that push was actually defendable. There was a good moment where Adinho went down on that left-hand side, which would have deflated things a lot, and I was surprised to see as much damage going in as we actually did, to be honest. And, that's the thing. Before Esports have got now a bit of a boost. They've got to be careful to not over-commit, and that was what I did see potentially happening. 7 bolts were banked for the next round in preparation by Black Lions, so pretty much didn't need to even bank a single bolt to get a counter push, but they weren't able to defend, and that might be the thing they need to focus on going into this next round. The defense is so important in Siege.
That is exactly the sort of heads-up play that we've come to expect from Before Esports, though. It's all about communication. In yesterday's matches, we saw communication among the squad from SK Gaming. I was trying to remember their name. SK Gaming, all sitting together in the same house, collaborating and working together, able to make that snap-second decision as to whether you want to commit to this push or try to hold control of the middle. Before Esports made the right call. Whoever it was on their team that saw that that was the key opportunity that they had to take advantage of to win the game and making that all-in push happen. Gotta say hands off to them, because each individual player can be exactly on point and do what they need to do to support their team as a whole. But that coordinated effort is what you have to have if you want to make your team eligible for World Finals contention. Before Esports showing that they have got that in them with that last game, but can they keep it together and turn that sort of victory into a win in the set overall? A chance to even things out and get a little bit further in this match starting now.
Yeah, no changes from Before Esports. Again, they feel obviously that comp did work out well for them. B2 popping the early gadget as well. Before Esports definitely want to win this first round straight off the bat, and no changes as well for Black Lions either. So we're going to be looking at maybe a bit of a deja vu here, Woody.
Yeah, interesting swap up here on the left side. Adinho, who had been doing perfectly at keeping range off of Thales and preventing him from being able to stab into the left side, has instead just completely collapsed. I think Thales has really got his number looked up right now and knows exactly how far he's going to take it. Zira encounters that siege bot a little early on and starts taking some punches before the siege bot gets into range of the Ike, and that's going to result in a little bit of additional damage on the Black Lions Ike there. Control of the mid held by Before Esports, and it's certainly their game to lose at this point. Big momentum shift in Before Esports' favor has resulted in them picking up the first siege bot and maybe even the second one now. Vitim really struggling to make his way over onto the right side before finally setting up that healing station.
Yeah, Zero looks a little bit rusty with that placement of that super, which didn't lock down the bot entirely, and maybe seeing a few cracks forming potentially in Black Lions, and they're going to have to defend again for round 2. They've got a pretty decent bolt advantage going into the third round if they can defend this with 7 now banked. VT has to actually get his turret, and he has placed it really well actually, but there goes down the walls with that gadget from Tufa, and that was almost a really big play there for Before Esports to get that damage. But they did get some damage. Now they've got to hold some control and try to prevent Black Lions getting even more bolts for the push that might seem inevitably coming. Zero gets a nice takedown as well in that mid lane.
We don't even need to see another siege bot from Before Esports. They just need to deny the last and final one from Black Lions, but I don't think they've done it. Enough bolts being racked up on the Black Lions side of the field, but can they get a bot big enough to dish out more than 38% damage? That is the standard set by Before Esports with their first 2 siege bots, but Black Lions are going to be all in on this final one. It's all coming down to this Ark. 17 seconds left, and they've got to get that siege bot on the Ike right now.
Yeah, Zero going in as well, has got Super as well. That's going to cause some havoc if you can throw it in the right place. Great shots from Zero as well. VTZ going in as well as Thales, and it looks like they're going to just about do one shot.
They got it at the last second! What a finish! A 2% lead for Black Lions is all they needed to claim ultimate victory in this second set. A razor-thin margin of error for B4 Esports. One single punch from the Ike separating them from victory in that set and crushing defeat.
Yeah, just when before Esports was starting to get a bit of momentum and they felt at just that final push to hold back. Not much in it at all, actually, in terms of the bolts, at least. Only 3 really separated Black Lions from before Esports, but it's definitely, for me, where the kills lied, which made Black Lions have that advantage, getting 17 to 11. Before Esports, only 11 on that side of things.
2% is such a tiny, slim margin. I can't believe how close that last game was, Ark. But it's all or nothing. With that win, Black Lions are going to have the entirety of the set victories on their side. And to expect B4 Esports to win would be to expect a reverse sweep, something that we rarely, if ever, see in the Brawl Stars Championship at the world stage. It is so hard to make 3 in a row happen. But if it's going to happen, now's the time when they've got to get it on their minds. Gem Grab is the name of the next set, and it's starting soon.
Yeah, Stonefall is a really, really fun map to watch go down, and great to have seen it come back into the game, as it was a very big fan favorite back in the beta days. This was quite a long time ago now, but you know, we remember the good days, and yeah, really, really interesting to see how Bo is going to fare here, having had that new gadget addition, and obviously Sprout is a brawler that we've seen both teams using, but for me, I think Black Lions kind of have a bit of the advantage. Zero definitely seems to be a bit of a Sprout pro, so I'll be keen to see whether he does go for that Sprout pick. But remember, the bans are Surge and Gale. We will not be seeing those brawlers.
All right. Jockeying for position in the middle, it's going to be Zira and VTZ doing their best to take a few pop shots out here. But Beto and Adino are both relatively aggressive, trying their best to stab away at enemy brawlers and getting the kill there. Adino rewarded, but goes down soon after. Tufa still holding court in the mid, though, has got that gym advantage and is looking to grab the 4th one as soon as it spawns. Zira has respawned, though, and he's going to be making his way back to the core. And it's a 2-on-1 against Tufa, who's going to be forced to retreat back out, waiting for Beto to get a few stabs in here, punching his way through these porters, but not finding the shots that he needs just yet.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like the Rosa pick here. We saw this from Whitey yesterday, and it proved very successful for SK Gaming. But again, he goes down, and I feel like the bushes that he's placed are not quite as perfected as they possibly could be, which is going to restrict his movements a little bit on the right-hand side. And as well, the fact that Zera has gone for the Mr. P pick will mean that he'll be looking to seek out Beto in the bushes with his porters from that super as well. But definitely already some good awareness from Black Lions, but definitely behind.
Oh, a big chance to ambush here. Huge strike from Beto, but taken down ultimately. Still, it's going to be enough to provide some coverage for that countdown to start up. 10 gems in the hands of B4 Esports and only 1 on Black Lion's side. Beto has been taking a beating so far, but he is doing exactly what he needs to as the tank for this team. The countdown is halted, but will restart once again as soon as B4 Esports can pick him back up. It's going to be a safe Carl in the back from Adino, who should have this in the bag.
Yeah, Thales was in a great spot actually to get the spawn trap off with Zero, but did go down. I think it was a great opportunity, which I think Black Lions just didn't capitalize on for me. Zero played a great lane side and stayed alive, but it did need support if they were going to have any chance of getting out with those gems. So before Esports taking that first set.
They've taken the first game of a set before, but can they get the second win? They haven't done it yet, and it seems like every time they come back swinging, Black Lions find the weakness and are able to take advantage of that vulnerability and pick up the set win. So it's all going to be about the comp swaps here. I think that B4 Esports really had the upper hand with that Rosa. She didn't even really seem to be getting maximum value for B4 Esports, but with so many hit points and a lot of damage right where they needed to have it placed on the board, that was always enough to give coverage for the other 2 brawlers to get that shot in and then escape, scamper away with the 10 gems, enough to get that countdown going.
Yeah, Beto was playing it to perfection and just keeping a lot of lane energy and passion. Like for me, like that Rosa pick is a great way to bully your opposition, and that's what we saw. I think we're going to probably see it again. Actually, no, we're going to see a bit of a change up. So before Esports are going to be mixing things up, then going with the Tara this time round on the left-hand side lane. Interesting.
Tara tearing through Thales over on the left. That gadget use is going to give a lot of vision advantage to this team, but B4 Esports not able to hold on to the mid, and that's what matters most in the end. 2 gems picked up by Black Lions and 2 more waiting to be claimed. It looks like Beto will be the one who's making his way into the mid. Kind of an interesting opportunity that Black Lions had to establish themselves in the mid there with a 3v2, but not going to take advantage of it, afraid of the crossfire coming in from Adinho and Tufa over there on the left and right side.
Yeah, it's very, very close scave there for before Esports being forced back in the mid. But I think that Black Lions, for me, their lanes are a bit all over the place. They were far two-sided on the left-hand side and 1 mid, and there's no one covering that right-hand side lane. Now they've gone and spread out a little bit, and I feel like that would definitely serve them better moving forward so things start to get the momentum and win some of those lanes. But as we say that, Tufa takes the takedown on the left-hand side and survives the mines as well, giving 9-10 gems now to before Esports. Fantastically played so far by them.
Tufa is on fire. Perfect range prediction at VTZim and can't take any hits at all. He's been able to knock down brawler after brawler and is the perfect opportunity for B4 Esports to clutch the first set of this match so far. Tufa definitely the MVP from B4 Esports on that last round. That perfect use of gadget was able to establish an early lead through being able to see through the bushes, and with that advantage, didn't take it for granted at all, knocking apart Black Lions every chance he got and giving Beto the exact opportunity he needed to get that gem count up. Great job, the B4 Esports. Gem grab really was their opportunity to start things turning around, and they have taken full advantage of it.
Yeah, a great set win for them. They needed to win that round to give themselves a little bit of a chance to rethink and slow the pace, because Black Lions were storming through the sets. So to get that 1 set back 2-1 is going to be such an important thing to do going into our next stage. For me, they might be able to bring this around in Heist. It's definitely the game mode that I think they needed to have as a 4th set, and Sandy Gems is going to be the map.
You saw in that last set that B4 Esports had twice as many kills as Black Lions, and I'm pretty sure that all the kills that Black Lions were picking up were pretty much concentrated entirely on the tank from B4 Esports, doing exactly what was needed there to, not necessarily be the star of the show, but giving the perfect opportunity for the gem carrier to get the job done, playing perfectly to the objective with great coordination all around. So let's see if B4 Esports can keep it together in this second map. It looks like they're going to be playing a bit more aggressively, running Daryl through Adinho to just roll through and get some easy damage off in the safe, while Black Lions are instead going to be playing more for field control here. Long-range damage from that Brock can be deadly, Ark.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rush going on here before Esports closing the gap, and actually Zero with a really important takedown there on as the damage is going in here as well. It's a bit of a race. I think they have left someone from before Esports on the safe at the far end as Tufa continues to rain down some damage. A big early exchange, but more or less equal in terms of damage, Woody.
Yeah, slight advantage for B4 Esports here. They were able to get 2 brawlers on that enemy safe and dump it in, but Brock will be almost as good as 2 brawlers combined. That incendiary star power allowing to take even more damage off in the safe from a really long range. So don't count out the Black Lions yet. But wow, Adina rolling in, has drilled past the defenses, and there's nothing to stop him. He's going on that safe like a madman. Fires away. The gadget is out. Single digits left, and that's going to be all she wrote. B4 Esports take the first game of this set.
What an aggressive play from Dinho, left completely untouched by Black Lions, and that for me was the big mistake in that round. They really underestimated just how much damage Daryl can do with that reload, that star power, getting all that damage in, and what a quick early round then before Esports and Heist.
Daryl barreling through like the Crushinator and dominating that safe with relative ease. Very little defense put up by Black Lions, expecting maybe that they could base race their opponents or, outposition them, but there was no one to stop that Daryl roll. Sending his super straight into action, he got right into the position he needed to be, and that is not what you want when you're on defense. That Daryl can dish out a maximum amount of damage with that double barrel shotgun, and boy, did he do it that first game.
Yeah, Black Lions definitely need to consider this time around their defense and being aware to leaving members of Before Esports on their heist safe, because that is going to be the thing which they've just got to be more aware of. You do not want to make a silly mistake and just leave one person to cause all that devastation. It can be over so quickly if you do.
A bit more jockeying for center control, and that's what Black Lions have got to focus on this game. We do see the Daryl pick coming out of contention here for B4 Esports, so they're also going to be trying to jockey for control of the mid, but it's an advantage early on for Black Lions. 2 kills now just to 1 for B4 Esports, and they're going to rack up some damage on the safe as a result. 24% peeled off before they go back into the mid to start the tit for tat again.
Yeah, great takedown. Got to be said for Black Lions now, and in a great position if they can just capitalize on the control here. As it didn't know, it's surely going to go down. It's still alive somehow, and actually gets the takedown. As the source of over Thales now going to be smashing the damage in as Carl using that wall to perfection, and that is a lot of damage for Black Lions.
Uncontested and forcing their way through. All 3 players from B4 Esports forced to just sit and watch. Really an uncomfortable spot for them as they've barely been able to take any damage at all off of the Black Lions safe. B4 Esports got the game 1 win, but I think that their brawler comp switch and the strategy that they've employed here overall has not gotten in their favor at all. And it's a massive super from Carl right on the safe again, taking it down to the single digits, and with the last throw of his pickaxe, finishes off the safe for the game 2 victory.
Bringing it back then. I'm surprised, I gotta say, that the Carl was as effective as Thales put it into practice, and just going to show that Carl is not to be underestimated here. And I do feel like he was, for me, a star player in that round, and just keeping the Black Lions dream going strong, as Before Esports had a really good first round, and match point then for Black Lions already.
Yeah, I think the Black Lions tried to use basically the same strategy that had been employed in game number 1. It's just that this time it worked. The comp that they were faced off against didn't have quite as much close range, heavy base damage because B4 Esports had not picked Daryl this time. And as a result, really perfect play from all 3 of them. I can't even really pick out one from Black Lions that I would say was the MVP of that last round, but just taking the maximum value out of that long range comp and being able to dish it out on the safe when they knew that they had an opportunity, then retreating, pulling back, and reestablishing control, dominance really of the mid to be able to get an easy win that time. It wasn't even close, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely Black Lions getting a bit more back to what they started off at the moment. And I'm surprised that B4 Esports didn't go back to their more tankier approach as it was, and did prove more successful for them in that first round. And definitely no changes as far as I can see from Black Lions. They felt like their comp was working last time around, and why change it if it's working, Woody?
This is a complete mirror match now. Same brawlers, same star powers all around. A match point opportunity for Black Lions. And boy, man, if they win it, they have got to, you've got to say that they deserved it. It's a complete mirror, so it's all about skill, all about coordination. There's nothing to say about a brawler swap pick that would have gone in one player's favor better or the other. Both teams are using their maximum firepower to dump as much damage in as they can, but it's going to be a Dinho from B4 Esports that gets the early hit and pulls ahead for his squad.
Ito actually stayed alive there on 88 HP. Getting even that touch of damage might make the difference. You never know, but that's a very good amount of damage. Has to be said for Before Esports. They're getting over 50% on the Black Lions safe, as VT is struggling to actually holds the lane too far, going in with more damage as well. This is looking really good from Before Esports right now, Woody.
Vito in a tough spot there, used that super, but couldn't get Carl onto his opponent as quickly as he had hoped. Still, the charge from the other 2 is going to be able to make up the difference there, taking down that enemy safe to 23%. Just one more solid strike could do it, and Vito knows that he's got that aggressive opportunity now, forcing VT's back on defense and firing away the safe. The pickaxe is dealing a massive amount of damage. Tufa on the opposite angle for the crossfire, gets it down to single digits. 2% left!
What amazing body blocking from Black Lions there. Thales knew that it was only down to him to be able to do so, and now Before Esports need to finish this, Woody, but he's just going in. He's got to be shut down again. Black Lions are defending so well, but 2% is all that Before Esports have to do.
cracked and shattering. Black Lions have just got their last string of health to rely on here. Tufa's made his way into the enemy safe, and this is going to be their final stand. They need to get this safe down here and now if they want to clutch the series. Down to the teens, 17%. Haley's doing his best to provide a little bit more pressure. Fires away with the pickaxe, but can't get it down to the single digits. Advantage for B4 Esports, and they will take game number 3, tying up this match overall. What a performance from both of these squads, Ark.
My goodness me, what a set of heist. How explosive was that final game? And it went back and forth, but before Esports managing to survive. But it was very close. A valiant attempt to come back in that last round from Black Lions. It's got to be said, but not enough to stop before Esports from doing what was needed to be done.
The dream is alive for the reverse sweep from B4 Esports, but a dream from them is a nightmare from Black Lions, a squad that picked up 2 sets early on that were a bit dicey at best, able to get that massive advantage, but not able to drill in for the final blow. That hammer is falling down fast, and it's going to land on one of these 2 teams. Which is it going to be? B4 Esports, the dominant team, second place position in this region right now with the wins that they'll pick up this month, or Black Lions, the upstart challengers, the Davids trying to take down 2 Goliath squads in this region, Ark.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's going to be really difficult to decide which of these 2 teams is going to be the better going into our final set of this matchup. Triple Dribble is the map. It's going to be Brawl Ball, and this map, for me, it's going to definitely change a lot of the brawler comps that we've seen. I think Mr. P probably going to come back more prominently in Brawl Ball. Maybe even some Sprout that we've seen today as well. But yeah, definitely some different brawler picks, I think, going into this particular game mode.
You couldn't ask for a better game mode to decide a 2-2 set line. Brawl Ball really does let these players leverage their own individual experience and expertise with pretty much any brawler pick that they want, and then really forces the team to work together to get that ball past the enemy goal line. It's kind of the perfect balance of individual skill and team coordination required to get the win in. So with that 2-2 line, it all comes down to this. Black Lions and B4 Esports in the fights of their life right now. This might be the closest match that we've seen in many months, and I'm really excited to see how it turns out, Ark.
Yeah, all eyes are absolutely on this. And what an explosive start to the day. We've only just started and already straight out the gates. The LATAM region are not messing about. And for me, I think that this map is definitely open to something like the Slambulance. And I'll be keen to see which of these 2 teams kind of go for that pick first, or whether they both maybe go for that pick.
All right, well, it's not going to be a Slambulance pick from either squad here. We're taking throwers out. It's going to be Barley here trying to get that area of effect denial, and that was a brawler pick that was so crucial yesterday on these Brawl Ball maps. Can get a ton of damage out, and with long-range fire over these boxes, Black Lions are really going to be trying to take advantage of that early on for the win. B4 Esports going to have to struggle into overtime if they want to make the most use of these brawlers that they've chosen.
Yeah, and I think if Adinho can win his lane side, he's going to put a lot of pressure on Zero playing Jackie there, and sucks in already. Doing a great job from before Esports, pushing that right-hand side lane and forcing back now. Black Lions very much under defense, and before Esports are going to try to get an early goal, it seems, with only just a couple of seconds to play now, in a great spot to capitalize if they can do so.
Yeah, a comp here that seemed to be in Black Lions' favor for the early game has actually seen B4 Esports starting to stack up the damage. Super deployed by Beto is going to give even more firepower to the B4 Esports squad up top, which have just been pummeling away. That jackhammer from Adino is hard to deny, even picking up hits against a 2v1 with VTZim firing away at him as well. Tufa recovering now behind these boxes. No way for VTZim to get the shots off, and with Zero focused over on the right side, that's going to be an easy pull and a knockout for Tufa. An opportunity to score. It takes it. Adino dribbles it past the line for the first goal.
A really smart play from Adinho, passing the ball to the wall, popping the gadget for that additional speed. He's going in there for a second time, popping the gadget, getting shut down though quickly. Fades with the pickup, and Black Lions surviving, but that was a bit close for me, Woody.
It is not a good headline when the best we can say for Black Lions is that they are surviving, Ark.
Yeah, this is the thing, and surviving is a big thing in Brawl, but at the moment, it's going to be all eyes on before Esports, because if they continue to survive, it doesn't even matter if Black Lions, they've got to get that goal if they're going to be able to survive in this before Esports can take this a bit easier now, having already had that one goal on the board.
Beto throwing the ball away, though, and giving a little bit of breathing room to the Black Lions. All three brawlers up here, and they're starting to toss it in. Thales has taken some damage, though, and I don't think he'll be able to knock this ball in without a lot of luck here. Beto on defense. Thales gets pulled back by Tufa, the clutch defender here. Thales takes a shot and rolls in. That's it. He's tied it up, Park.
My goodness me, Tufa with that pull almost had a bit of a lifeline there for before Esports, but now a great chance for Black Lions to turn this around in overtime if they can just hold form. But no, the takedown is there from B2, putting a ton of pressure on Black Lions. Tufa with the missed pull, but the position is very much the saved off the line from Thales, giving Black Lions a bit of a second shot here, but the pressure is on.
Adino fired off that super, but did not get rewarded. Goalie from Thales is able to keep that ball out, and this is all up to VT Zim now on defense for the Black Lions. This long-range sniper brawler can dish out a ton of damage, but these shots are super hard to make against a squad that has not given up any hope at all. B4 Esports, with 20 seconds left, are on the offensive still. Possession in their opponent's hand, but they are continuing to pummel away at this defensive line. They're running out of time, though. We need a super shot on goal now!
VT Zim is hitting these shots like a madman. He gets Tufa with the Thales now. It's going to be lucky again. Tufa with the shutdown. Again, we've seen that for the second time, that pull. And another blocked shot by Black Lions means that we're going to be doing this all again. But what an explosive start to Brawl Ball, Woody.
The pressure ramping up for both of these squads. Hats off to Thales for picking up the Star Player Award from that first round. But wow, what a job from B4 Esports early on to get that goal. But then a complete reversal by Black Lions, drilling past the competition and denying the expert defense set up by Tufa. Time and again, he came in clutch to keep that B4 Esports squad alive, but insufficient offense to get the second goal for either squad. We're going to remain at a 0-0 set score overall, Ark.
Yeah, for me, those pulls were so essential for Tufa to hit, because if he missed those pulls, it would more than likely have availed eventually into a goal. So to make sure that you hit those under pressure is not an easy thing. I think that the Gene pick worked out really, really well for him. But as well, the B pick in overtime came into play for Black Lions as well. And some really, really accurate shots almost turned it around and gave Black Lions, for me, the advantage in that moment. But yeah, gosh, so close between these two teams.
This is a knee shaker, an ankle wobbler, a teeth biter, Ark. These two teams neck and neck. The reverse sweep opportunity for B4 Esports seems to be falling apart, though, as Black Lions have turned their aggression up to 11 and are dishing it back just as hard as they've been able to receive it. This drawn game number one has sent both teams back to the drawing board, trying to figure out what they can do with their brawler comps to reconfigure and find a vulnerability here. Do you expect to see any big brawlers come to play in game number two that we didn't see game number one that could give an advantage to one team or the other?
This is the thing. I was expecting to see the Samlers. That's definitely still on the cards for me, and we have seen before Esports already today definitely going with the BB pick. We've seen B2, I think, definitely favoring BB, so I think that would be a brawler which I wouldn't be surprised if before Esports do bring out the pack. I don't think Sprout now. I think that both teams definitely are veering away from that. Mr. P is always a staple diet for me on this particular map. Lots of nice areas that you can place your super to kind of keep it protected, and just that continuous pressure all the time, regardless of whether you're low on health or on like a medium level of health. You've got to shoot down those porters. You're not healing, and you're going to be resetting the timer to eventually start to regain that health. So Mr. P is going to keep your opposition low at all times.
It's a continuous debate among pros. Do you want to prefer that damage higher overall through the duration of the map with a brawler like Mr. P, who can just roll in like a tidal wave and deny any opportunity to push back? Or do you prefer that really high burst damage that someone like B can provide, just dishing it out when you need it the most, knocking thousands of hit points off your opponents and giving you the one key opportunity that you need to make that goal happen?
We're going to see a semi-slambulance, Woody, from Black Lions, going with the Poco, Frank, and Max for the speed. And I kind of like the idea, but at the moment, it's definitely before Esports have got the advantage in terms of positioning. But if that Max super can be generated and provide Zero some space to move and get close with that super, I feel like this could be a devastating comp if before Esports do not stay on their toes here.
Yeah, the most interesting pick for me is going to be from Zera, going with Frank this time. He's got that sponge of a hit point pool that can take an absolute beating, but it's going to be a struggle for him on defense to keep these guys out. His super is going to knock down any wall that is set up. And what the heck just happened? A Dino drilling past the defenses. Thales and Zera caught out of position and unable to defend. B4 Esports get the first goal.
Yeah, the pressure's on Zero to keep shutting down the Dino, and then we do start to see it. We need to see more of that from Black Lions. We're going to see it eventual goal, and 2 inches, a great dash from VT.
Oh!
Not able to capitalize, but a great opportunity there for Black Lions.
Tufa, the defender of the day so far, with so many clutch shutdowns, denying access with pulls, with grabs, tossing the ball away from that danger zone and keeping B4 Esports clear and ahead. A minute left now for Black Lions to try to turn this thing around. We've seen many opportunities for them to do so before, but can they get it past the goal line? A really aggressive play from Zero is going to squish Beto into a little sandwich spot there, but he is not done yet. Fires that briefcase off and takes down Thales. VT's in now unsupported. It's going to have nothing to do but throw the ball away.
Yeah, for me, Black Lions have got to be more careful of a Dinho. Leaving like Thales to deal with that is not going to cut it. Zero has to take a lot of responsibility and goes down here. Devastating moment for Black Lions as B4 Esports surely going to score. They do place it in the back of the net and will take the first round of Brawl. The pressure now is definitely on for Black Lions.
Ultimate domination for B4 Esports. The 2-0 scoreline speaks volumes. Frank and Poco not able to keep that defense up, and BT Zim doing his best to knock a few hit points off the enemies was not enough to get the job done. I gotta say, I expected more out of the Black Lions. That quasi-slambulance was not the right pick in my opinion, and B4 Esports are gonna be carrying away to a match point opportunity as a result.
You've got to be so careful with the slambulance comp. Leaving Poco to deal with some really, really troublesome brawlers like Jackie and more tankier options means that if your opponents are down and the advance is on, then you're not able to really defend. You've got to defend as a team, not as an individual. And that was where, for me, Black Lions just kind of dropped the ball a bit. And if they're going to go with the slambulance, they've got to work more on keeping alive and supporting one another. I don't know that they're going to, in my opinion, actually maintain that. It wasn't really working, and they actually did a much better job in the first round, which availed to a draw nonetheless, but they definitely looked stronger in the first round of Brawl than they did in that second round.
Especially the brawlers who have such wide cones of damage like Frank and Poco both have, it's all about field control. When you have a brawler with 10,000 hit points, there's no excuse for him to be stuck past behind his own goal line. That is the only reason why Adino was able to walk the ball in, because there was basically a shattering drop of any defenses whatsoever on the Black Lion side of things. Really unexpected to see from them after having performed so well in the first couple of sets. They have got to do the same thing that B4 Esports have done in the set number 3 and 4. Find that secret sauce, get their comp built back up together, and drill in as hard as B4 Esports have aggressively played in game number 2 now to get this thing tied back up again.
Yeah, for me, go back to Jackie. That was working pretty well and able to kind of cope on that lane side much better. Keep Max is pretty good for the speed to be able to kind of like advance on the goal quickly and take before Esports by surprise. And, the Barley did seem like a bit of an odd pick to me, but it did work in those moments where the ball was at the further end of the field. Throwing a super can definitely lead to some great advantage points there, forcing before Esports into various positions on the map. So I would suggest going back to the original comp of Jackie, Barley, and Max would definitely serve better than the kind of semi-slambulance half kind of like committed comp that we've just seen.
I think Barley works very similar to Mr. P in this setup in that he can give a lot of long-range damage and area denial. They are going to take your advice there, Ark, so to speak, and send Barley back into action, but he's got to stay far and away from Adino, who can dish out a ton of damage short range and is playing very aggressively, exactly how you ought to be playing Frank. Zero barely surviving here to a massive strike from B4 Esports, gets the ball out of there, but that was a little bit too close for comfort, if you ask me.
Yeah, a little bit for them, but I do feel like this comp is better. And it was actually B, not the max they went with the first time around, and that was working for me. So I definitely feel like this is the first start they needed to make, the first change they needed to make really to start. And Dinho already struggling because BTZim is just landing these shots so well and just punishing before Esports as Thales goes in with a super, and this is a much better Black Lions for me, Woody.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Frank had to choose between taking shots from BTZim or walking straight through the super that Zero had set up. This is why Barley is so super valuable in a map like this that has got a lot of boxes. But remember, those boxes come tumbling down when overtime starts. That's when Zero is really going to fall back behind and rely more on the sniper power from BTZim to get the job done. This is a big opportunity for Black Lions to strike, though. They dealt a ton of damage, and there seems to be no angle of attack for B4 Esports, taking a whopping beating so far and not able to get hardly any shots off on the Black Lions.
Yeah, the control that we're seeing from Black Lions is far better here, as Dinho actually capitalizes on a very awkward spot and does pop the gadget and just gets that takedown there. But for me, Black Lions are getting a ton of area control that we're not really seeing from before Esports. It is all being led by Black Lions, forcing before Esports exactly where they want them. If they can continue that, it'll go in their favor. But right now, before Esports on the advance here, and this could be bad for Black Lions if they're not able to defend this accordingly.
Adino fires off a big super, but can't land it on any of the enemy brawlers, knocks down some boxes, and does just enough to keep that ball past the goal line. Black Lions had a chance to score there, but knocked apart by B4 Esports on a clumsy but effective defense. It's going to be even Steven once again, as all three brawlers are up in the midfield here. Possession for B4 Esports gives them a slim lead, but I don't know if you'd really call it that. Taking tons of damage down from that Barley super. What a show from Black Lions. They've got possession, and they're going to take this opportunity to score in overtime.
Yeah, it's B2's passes to Zero. Zero, the ball is shut down so well by B2 and Tufa. Great teamwork from before Esports, and by far the best opportunity so far in this round for Black Lions. And B2 is still though landing shots. The slowdown, this is great from Black Lions on the return after that blunder, and this is a fantastic spot. If they can just get a goal here, it will keep the stream alive for them.
The Hive is swarming. BTZM is landing shot after shot. Every single hit he gets is another super he's going to have to land even much more damage. And the BM pause. Zero waiting a second or two to shove it in B4 Esports' face, rubbing salt in the wound and tying this setup 1-1. The next game will decide it all, Ark.
My word, Woody. That was explosive. And for me, definitely what Black Lions had to do. They had to switch things up. They had to just go back to what was working. And I definitely feel like for me, before Esports going with the Frank pick may have been a bit of a downside for them. And I think they'll switch that up in the next round. But I do like this comp. Black Lions look very different in that round. By far, the stronger of the two teams, more in control and creating many more opportunities than before Esports for me.
Consistent domination by Black Lions in game number 3, and a key opportunity to get this set tied up and put them back in the driver's seat. Both of these teams need just one more win to take the match overall, and this is all going to be decided by the next few minutes of combat. B4 Esports in the fight of their lives for World Finals contention. They need to win this region today, but Black Lions still stand in their way. The reverse sweep cannot be denied without this last round of fighting. Black Lions in the challenging spot here with the 2 first set wins, but haven't been able to get that final tally up on the board. Now they finally have found the key, the magic formula to get in that position and get one last win. I gotta agree with you though, Frank was not a good pick from either team so far this set, and I think that we're gonna see the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny next time. Both teams have figured out the perfect brawler comps that they want to run with, and it's all gonna come down to who can better use those supers in the clutch moments, Ark.
Very rarely it's going to be said that we start a monthly finals like this. And this is honestly going down straight to the wire, and so much more still to come today. All eyes are currently on these two teams to see which is going to have the advantage going into their next games. It's going to come down to the wire. I think for me, though, Black Lions seem to have a bit of an advantage. They seem to have kind of perfected and learned from some of their mistakes, maybe, but before Esports are definitely the more experienced team in terms of the monthly finals. They've been here before. They've been under pressure like this before, whereas Black Lions are kind of newer to this and might be feeling that pressure. And what a time to be feeling it going into the final round of the final game mode.
It almost seems like Black Lions prefer to be behind in that bounty set, set number 1, and in this Brawl Ball set. They've performed better whenever they're losing. So I don't know what that says about them as a team, that they're hardy, that they've got the resilience necessary to drill through this adversity. But B4 Esports have really done an amazing job at keeping them at their top of their game. You know, Brawl Stars is sort of like tennis in that you can only really demonstrate the height of your abilities if you're up against a squad that is also extremely good and can put, you know, tit for tat at exactly the same sort of skill level that you're at. So we're taking a long time to set brawlers exactly as these teams deem them best for their final opportunity at grand victory here. And now it's time to start. The game has begun. Last one in this match, Ark.
Beats him swapping out the ball, the Carl pick, and I think that might be just to kind of like cover a few bases, put some additional pressure and chip the damage away, and it does seem to be working so far. It's definitely Black Lions off to a very, very good start, taking down 2 of before Esports early on, the ball being forced to be pocketed, and a Dinho now being zoned into by Zira and Thales on that left, the right-hand side.
Yeah, the cheese stands alone there. Mr. P, Bird Brain, but doing his best to keep that ball out of the goal, sends it off into the corner and gives B4 East a bit of breathing room here now. Aggressive play from Thales, stabbing right into the heart of the matter and drilling all those brawlers, getting a kill even with a Dinho now back on defense. It's relatively reset here, but Zira is really putting up a threatening display over here in the midfield, setting up so many bottles and dishing out the damage hard and fast.
Great gadget using the aggressive from VTs on that left-hand side. He can just get a pass, but goes to Tuva. It would have been a fantastic moment for Black Lions to capitalize from. The pass had been made, but it wasn't quite able to be done. Zero with a good swim to be able to put a ton of pressure, forcing back Beto. Now Dinho all alone. This is a much, much better performance, a more consistent performance from Black Lions, looking to me to be the early favorite in this last round of Brawl Ball.
Zira is just painting them into a corner and denying the positioning that Tufa so desperately needs. He needs a long-range opportunity to get shots off, and he's not getting it. They're all the way back into their own spawn zone, and B4 Esports are not happy about it at all. Taking more pickaxe swings than you can shake a twig at. VTZim gets another hit off on Tufa and takes him down. This is a 3v2 opportunity and a chance to score, but Black Lions aren't going to go in hard for the jugular just yet. They're waiting even longer, might even wait until overtime to get this last hit off. Forced back into the midfield now. It's an even Steven match once again.
The ball seems like it's been at the other side of the field for the longest time, but Black Lions are just not able to finalize this, and we're fast approaching overtime. If now before Esports can bring up the ball and get into a good position, they might be able to grab this despite the control being entirely Black Lions for the majority of this game. It could be a snatch at the title here. What do you think? If before Esports can just get this ball out, or maybe they're going to go for the draw and just kind of admit defeat and change their brawler up next time around, but time is ticking, Woody.
B4 Esports held control of the middle, but couldn't push Black Lions back. They just let them come straight at them and dish out a ton of damage. Nice job there to Tufa on the edge, able to take down an aggressive Jackie, and well rewarded for it. Pass up from Adito. It's going to be an opportunity for Beto to get even closer. Super from Tufa. It's in! B4 Esports have done it! The reverse sweep of the month! Awesome job to them, and they will keep their contention for World Finals alive.
I called it. I could see that it was a possibility. I just didn't quite believe it myself. But what a patient display from before Esports, and just timing it perfect. Tufa having that super so crucial, was actually on like 700 HP and was one shot away from going down, but it was able to secure it for before Esports. My goodness me, Woody.
I have tingles all over Ark, the tenacity of B4 Esports to pull off a massive reverse sweep. And just look at the stat line here. So much more damage dealt by Black Lions, especially thanks to that Barley pick that they ran with multiple times in the Brawl Ball set. We're punishing B4 Esports time and again, but the goals kept coming on in. The 2-0 score that B4 Esports picked up in that second game, echoing back once again in the fourth and final game of that set. Very rarely do we see two teams so evenly matched. Falcone, toss it away.
That was one of the most grueling Brawl Stars matches I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe that B4 were able to make that incredible comeback. And we've got to give a lot of the credit to our MVP for this match. It's going to be Tufa. And now Tufa, I mean, I want to quickly talk about that last match. The plays with Tufa as the B, just freezing and freezing the other team over and over again, hitting every single shot and eventually getting that last goal with the super. It was incredible. We saw Tufa as Max during a heist, getting a lot of nasty damage in, and frankly, winning some 1v1 fights that really he had no right to be winning. But seriously, we had some of the most explosive games. Heist was insane. It really was. And again, Tufa was imperative to that victory. As you see there, really pushing that major damage in, getting the speed boost, pushing the entire team forward to the enemy safe when it really counted. And there you go. You see Tufa first as Gene in Brawl Ball, getting some vital pulls there, preventing the other team from scoring, and then eventually switching up to Poco and then B at the end, where there you go. There's the goal. Oh, there are so many things that we could say about that last match, but we don't have any time. We got to look at the group. B4 Esports got their first win. The dream is alive, and now all eyes are going to be on INTZ. If they can do anything other than come in last place, then they are going to qualify. They're going to be up against Black Lions BR next. Black Lions BR, who almost took B4 Esports down, but they weren't quite able to do it. If INTZ can also take down Black Lions BR, they are going to be in a fantastic spot. But if INTZ lose to Black Lions, then the dream's still alive to B4 Esports, it has to be said. Here's the first team. It's Black Lions BR. You just saw them play. We're going to see them play again. It's Zera, Thales, and Zim. The Black Lions BR team are actually all really good friends. They claim that the others are funny friends and partners. Thales even went as far as to say that his teammates have good harmony of everyday life. It's really nice. If Zero wins lots of money, he intends to buy all of the skins. Thales says he's going to buy equipment to start creating Brawl Stars content and making lives. I wonder which of those is the better investment. We've got INTZ, Matthias, Consti, Guido, and Marcel. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. LATAM South is pretty well locked up with INTZ practically already qualified for global finals. If they can just get a single extra point on the board today by coming first or second in the group, then they have booked their ticket to the global finals. They are clearly the best Brawl Stars team that LATAM South have to offer. But Black Lions are out for blood now. Will they get their blood? We're going to find out in this next Brawl Stars match.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I'm going to let Woody have a little bit of a break because that was quite a grueling series we just had a minute ago. And Black Lions, they're going to be feeling that as well moving into this next series because they've got to take down INTZ. Bans are on your screen. No surprises here. Surge and Gale taken away.
All right, break's over. I'm ready to hop back in. Ark's going to be sitting out on this one, but I am with you here, Tridd. And today we have already made history with an epic match between Black Lions and B4 Esports, but Black Lions are going to be back in it once again. Not only do they have to go up against a team that took them down to the wire with that 3-2 finish, but now they have to face off against the #1 team in the region, a behemoth of Brawl Stars competition, INTZ, the #1 squad that Black Lions said that they were finding the strongest and the hardest to compete with. They're going to be up against them today.
We're jumping onto our first map type is, of course, Siege. And Woody, if they don't take down INTZ, then, well, they're going to have a lot of problems because it's not just their own qualification. They actually are just going to hand over qualification to INTZ because of all the legwork that's happened already. There's a lot to play for in this one. Immediate control going over to that dominant roster, and they will get that level 3 siege bot.
Yeah, that is the story for today. INTZ just needing to get second place in order to qualify for Worlds in this region. But still, every brawler knows that it's the game right now that's happening that you got to focus on the most. And that's what's on the minds right now of these Black Lions players doing their best to defend against an Ike and keeping all damage off their safe. Great job to them there, but not a single bolt in their hands so far. INTZ with dominating control of the midfield here and really leveraging that big name and big experience pool to the best opportunity that they had with 5 bolts now, 6, 7, continuing to rack them up. They are just printing money up top, INTZ is.
Yeah, the money printer goes much Woody. And this is INTZ just preying upon a shooketh Black Lions BR team. And now there's a level 10 siege bot coming in. You see the unhappy face from Zero there on the bottom left-hand side. Purple bot coming in round to the corner. You're looking at VT Zim to try and defend it. He's not going to be able to tank too much of it. And now that connection comes in, you're going to get about 23% HP off of it. And still the bot lead remains with INTZ looking towards this last siege.
That purple bot makes a girthy thrust into the Black Lion's base and deals 23% damage off of the Ike. It's just going to be INTZ racking up even more bolts, though. Not even a single one finally claimed by Black Lions. That one on the bottom from Thales, but it's not going to be enough to keep pace against an INTZ squad that is running roughshod over the competition. So fast-paced in their attacks and keeping their squad ahead. That is a big old level 9 siege bot to once again dominate Black Lions and drill in for the final blow necessary for victory.
Well, they don't even need to deal with the final blow with this one, Woody. The game's over. With that final siege finally out their hands, there's no way they can get in and actually go ahead and claim a victory. So they're just going to wail away at the safe. They just do it as a cursor. You know, it's just a bit of a celebration to get away with that one. First round going over to INTZ. An extremely dominant start from this roster.
Yeah, excellent job to them. You know that all of the adrenaline that Black Lions, garnered up in that last match has been just drained from their body. The loss from that first match must be weighing heavily on their minds, and their opportunity now to advance in this LATAM region is turning very sour very quickly. INTZ with the pickup in game number 1 starts to kind of show exactly what Black Lions were seeing in that first round of their match against B4 Esports. An early loss, though, isn't necessarily going to be the end of it. Black Lions is a very sturdy team that can take a hit and keep on swinging back. In fact, I said last round that they were in a better position. They seem to be playing more aggressively when they were down, but don't count them out just yet. A brawler comp switch could be all they need to get back in the action against this INTZ squad. We'll see soon in game number 2.
We're jumping into that round right away, Woody. So this is the second round of Siege coming in, and looking at the comps being brought out by Black Lions. They're going to try and challenge them, but the Piper from Marcel could pose some difficulty here, keeping VT Zim at range. They are giving away that extra bolt control in the middle and an early lead in the boltonomics for Black Lions.
Yeah, VT Zim actually keeping Marcel at range, strangely enough. That long-range hit from Marcel is a devastating blow, but not able to keep pressure up against Pam in the middle. That's going to be a bot, finally, for Black Lions, the first and only one that they've been able to get so far. That should allow them to reestablish into the mid. As soon as VT Zim gets this healing station up, that's going to be a big positional advantage for Black Lions. Expect to see it coming down very soon.
Yeah, he's popped it already, so he's hoping to hold them at this choke and not allow any space. If it's anything like yesterday, Woody, we're going to see Pipers committing their supers to get rid of that healing station and that terrain as well, just to remove some of the sticking power in the mid. But Marcel's not got that online for the time being, so he's going to have to get a couple of pop shots off just to get closer to it. Coldzera going very low down there in the back mid. They're finally going to try and get away this healing station. The bolts have been leveled out despite that forward position by VT Zim. Just need to find 2 more, otherwise they're going to lose it out to the next siege. So that's the bolt lead definitely in favor of Black Lions. They're trying to clear out Guido into the right-hand side. He's going to make a break for it. Takes out the healing station, but he's surely going to go down here, Woody.
You saw Marcel trying to bait VT Zim around the corner there, and as soon as he did, he was surely going to pop that super, but VT Zim never took the bait. He just stayed in that safe position, keeping that healing up and gathering even more bolts to the Black Lions side of things. INTZ thought that they could outplay Black Lions with a sneaky maneuver like that, but they did not get rewarded for it at all. They're safe now down to the 69% range as INTZ are storming back into the center, trying to regain control of this game with only 3 bolts to their name so far, and some lucky spawns here from Black Lions. That might be enough to clinch this game.
Yeah, they're getting the bolt lead already, Woody, and there's a lot of damage on this INTZ roster. If they can get a sizable bolt for the last siege and make it wail against the Ike of Black Lions, they might be able to get away with actually winning here, but they've been forced out of the mid.
Oh, no.
They are going to be able to get away with the bolts. It means they are going to get that level 8 one just by the skin of their teeth. The damage has to come in here. The 20.
Oh, it sure is.
You've got to get that 31% damage in there, Woody, and they're taking out VT Sim as the bot's about to get in there, but look how much HP has already lost. The siege bot hasn't got enough HP. This is already over.
Dismantled.
They're going to go in for it.
Not supporting the bot at all, instead relying on the brawler damage, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh.
Black Lions have done it. Another 2% win for them in Siege will tie up this set against INTZ.
I genuinely thought the bot didn't have enough HP to even make it close on that one, Woody, but we already talked about the damage threat from INTZ's composition. They're able to go in there and find the value. They just needed maybe an extra second of their siege bot being up and healthy and damaging and drawing that aggro, and they maybe could have got away with the victory there and closed out those sets.
Well, fate is a cruel mistress and not going to give INTZ the time that they needed for that last little sneeze on the Ike, which would have delivered the first set win to them. Instead, we're going to be tied up 1-1. Black Lions looking to get that reverse hit against INTZ that they just suffered from B4 Esports. So now, all tied up overall. Black Lions have done exactly what they needed to do in game number 2 with that brawler comp switch. I think Pam worked so well for them in that last round. Expect to see her coming back again. And unless INTZ can pick it up and get those Piper shots off that they lacked in game number 2, it's going to be another opportunity here for Black Lions to take it home for the set 1 victory. Let's see very shortly what these two teams do, but is there anything out of them that you expect in this third game that would tip the scales one way or the other?
I don't expect INTZ to stay on the comp they were running in game number 2. I think they gave up way too much mid pressure by having the Piper pick. It didn't get the value they wanted. I'm expecting that to change game number 3 to allow them to have more consistent mid control so they're not relying on these last sieges to try and win out.
Piper is really kind of an all-or-nothing brawler, but I gotta say, Marcel is one of the best Piper players in the game. If he can get enough support from his 2 teammates on the sides that he can stay in that mid and continue to be able to fire away at that Pam, that should be a favorable matchup for him. But as soon as he collapses back and loses any positioning in the midfield, that's when you really start to see the machine start to churn out those bolts for Black Lions. That's how they picked up the win in game number 2, and whether or not INTZ choose to come back with Piper, I think that they could do it either way, but it's going to really be all about that side lane area. This is a siege map that isn't quite as focused as hard on the mid as it is on the sides. We see, depending upon where those obstacles are set up, a variety of play styles in Siege, but I think that there's wide open spaces and plenty of opportunity to make these sniper hits work off, and it actually is going to be Black Lions playing a sniper of their own, bringing in B this time. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's going to be mirrored out by Guido as well, who's also going to be playing that in the mid. We've got Marcel moving over to the Sandy instead, so a very different composition, but they got similar styles to what they were playing in the last game, so not really much adaptation here, but I like the fact that Black Lions are going to try and match them, and no siege coming in there for the first round, so they're going to roll over to the next attempt. Marcel's found a way in to close the gap between Zim. Now he's under a threat from Zera, who takes his life. Everyone's really low right now, Woody, and we got another 35 seconds before the next siege.
A nice gadget there from Zera, just dashing out of range at the optimal second to stay alive. They were all keeping their distance. These are 2 really long-ranged brawler comps that both teams have brought, and ultimately that's going to be in Black Lions' favor for this first round. A 5-bolt advantage now, but they've lost control of the mid, and it's a chance for INTZ to make the comeback happen. They've picked up 3-4 more bolts now, and Matthias having a little bit of trouble in the top left. Is going to have to finally retreat. Daly's gaining that left lane and picking up a bolt for his efforts.
Still moving towards it, but it's Black Lions who have the lead. They're just cashing in more bolts, and that's a level 9 siege bot coming in for the second attempt. Marcel will take out Zera, which will slow the push they were looking for. They're going to cap more bolts ready for what will be the last siege. They just have to have a valiant defense, and they're struggling to get any effort against this. I don't think they're going to be back with the respawns in time to tank this. There's going to be a direct connection onto the Ike, and no one's fallen back to deal with the robot. There's so much free damage getting onto the Ike right now. It's dropped into 67%, and once again, for INTZ, it comes down to this last siege.
A dicey hit from Black Lions. They couldn't really support the siege bot, but there was very little defense either, as you noted there, Tridd. So that's going to allow both teams to contest the mid for this final round. Big bolt advantage for INTZ. They're almost guaranteed to get the siege bot, but is it going to be enough to deal more than the 33% damage that Black Lions were able to dish out? Black Lions have held control of the mid and denied most of the bolts from this final round. This is going to come really close. It's a 1-1 tie in the set, and this last siege bot will decide it all. Tridd.
It's absolutely being melted on the entry, and they're tanking up. They're buying enough time here, but it's got more health than it did at the last attempt. Marcel's in range to reinforce this one. The bot's going to make the connection. I think they've done enough here, Woody. They just need a couple more hits. 2% out, but they found the extra shots. They're going to go ahead and bring out the win. INTZ going to take set number 1.
By the skin of their teeth, this time a 3% advantage, as if that's a huge lead. INTZ have done just enough to tiptoe by a Black Lion squad that seemed to be in control of this third game, looking for the reverse sweep in that set, but not able to pull it off. Just one big, heavy punch. A single bolt might have been the difference between victory and defeat there for Black Lions. You can't ever count out this INTZ squad. And look at the stat line there. You can see how even though it was really close, INTZ was dominant on all 3 of these points, picking up more damage, kills, and bolts than the Lions did.
Yeah, by the numbers, INTZ performing best in that first set. They will pick up the victory as well as we look towards the next one in our series. They are one step closer to guaranteeing themselves that place, because if INTZ can just beat Black Lion, it will guarantee Black Lion will take the 3rd place from this monthly final. And as we keep reminding the viewers, Woody, if INTZ does not finish in 3rd place, they are guaranteed a world final spot. So victory in this series is everything for them, and in the monthly finals from here on out become smooth sailings. It's up to them how they want to play them. Crossroads is our next stop as we move over to Heist.
That's right, Tridd. They've just got one more little half step to take before they can make it onto the big stage. Only one team will qualify from this region, and it looks far and away that INTZ will be the favorite. But this second set is another opportunity for Black Lions to make the comeback happen. A very tenacious team that has had a lot of great things to be said about them, even though they're relatively new to this big stage, having only picked up 20 points so far on this leaderboard. I gotta say that they have got to be the team that's on everyone's minds right now. Not able to get the wins just yet against these big, heavy squads, but really advancing a lot relative to these other big teams and making a great name for themselves. I think the Black Lions have got a lot to be proud of so far, but let's see if they can pick up a set win now in set number 2. It's gonna be Heist.
Yeah, what's really important is we've got Brock onto the field. So in the same way we saw Surge yesterday when it's played on this map, they're able to jump this channel in the middle and reinforce one of the other lanes should one be stacked incorrectly. There's also got a lot of that long range and safe damage to blow down onto the safes and try and eke out victory for their team. On the right-hand side, Zim's already been taken out, but they've let Max slip through the net. They're going to be onto the safe, doing a lot of free damage, 15% so far. Trying to get onto Matthias to have a little bit longer on there, but will be shut down by Marcel. Now it's Zim to come up and reinforce. There's that gadget over the wall. We saw it is coming, and Matthias has no answer. Follows them immediately with a rocket rain. And this is Black Lions on the offense, Woody.
Sprout not growing for any big advantage for INTZ, really requiring them to get that positional advantage over Black Lions to get any value out of this brawler, and not able to pull it off so far. INTZ have taken a beating early on thanks to the great aim from VT Zim, knocking down brawler after brawler and firing away that super onto the safe. He's finally going down on defense, but Zira is going to be just enough to clear out that right side and keep his own safe strong. Black Lions have held on to their advantage over INTZ.
They're pushing forward now. They still have that lead in the safe. They've lost a lot of HP at the moment, dropping it down to 78. Need to keep Fales at bay on the left-hand side. Great pickup there from Matthias. Will shut down this push. Marcel goes for the pincer. There was nowhere that VT Sim could go. And now Sarah's on the safe, dealing more damage. They've got it down to 37%. INTZ need to break out of their spawn and start damaging Black Lion's safe. Otherwise, they'll just lose this war of attrition.
They're trying to play safely, but they haven't kept their own safe alive. So many hits coming off of these aggressive plays from Black Lions, especially from VT Zim, using that gadget to maximum value. And even when INTZ get a big swing off, they're still behind the Black Lions in contention for the center field. This is going to be the last volley that determines which team wins it all.
Rocket Rain just on the edge there, so not max value damage. They're relying on playing full defense now against this INTZ offense. Again, Rocket Rain looking for kills, not finding any, and also not finding damage. Falcone is getting close here. The pickaxe is just enough to keep chipping away. Goes in with the super, will get shut down, but INTZ do not have an answer onto the Black Lion safe. Guido gonna run as fast as he can to try and start damaging, but that's a lot of percentage to burn through, and the respawns have come in. How are you gonna burn through this? You're absolutely not. Black Lions take round number 1.
A desperate ploy from INTZ to wipe out the competition and make their way back into this game is not rewarded. Early advantage for Black Lions has been pushed and knocked INTZ back down. I gotta say, in the Brock v Brock between VT Zim and Marcel, VT Zim came out far and ahead, consistently able to land those shots better, finishing off enemy brawlers and getting a ton of damage on that save. VT Zim, the MVP from this first game of the set.
Absolutely, a phenomenal Brock performance from him on this first map, and able to shut down Matthias a lot, as well as his mirror matchup as well. So great domination from him in the first round, and that was a slow burn by Black Lions to erode away at the INTZ safe. And INTZ, like you said in the match, Woody, they were playing safe, but they weren't defending. So what's the point in playing safe if you can't achieve that one objective around that playstyle?
Yeah, the speed that Black Lions brought to bear there, using that max to just juke around the enemies and supers to get them past those Sprout defenses, just really showed the weakness in the comp that INTZ brought, and I think that they've adapted well to that. Haven't brought Sprout back, and instead are going to be going deep and fast into the action, relying on that Daryl to roll through and get some damage in. VT Zim once again playing beautiful defense here. Long range is his specialty, and he's getting lots of shots off on Guido, forcing back this Max.
They're not able to get Zero away. Just Max is in the back line. They're cleaning it up. This is pure domination from Black Lions. And Marcel has found 0 value so far. He's got the super online, but he keeps being dismantled by Max and Carl on the right-hand side. They're just going to set up the totem. Not going to get much value from that. Marcel trying to go for the pincer, but Fados moves forward with his super, carries out the kill, and gets the damage on the safe. Black Lions, what are you doing? You've just absolutely demolished INTZ and clapped back, bringing the series score to a 1-1 match.
Mathematical failies and Shawzera assaulting this safe with relative ease. Very little defense from INTZ, able to shut down these massive hits. Supers being used by both of those calls, but Thales with the aggressive early push is the one that got the job done. Hats off to him. I mean, this whole squad from Black Lions was playing on point this game number 2. And even though they were behind on damage dealt and kills, they focused on that save and delivered a whopping 87,072 hit points.
Exactly, Woody. Look where the damage share is between both of these teams. INTZ spent so much time clearing Black Lions out of their own base. That's why their damage is so high when it comes to just dealt to opponents. But the safe damage is just so clean and so precise for Black Lions, an overwhelming amount in their favor. It's no wonder they picked up both those maps in a dominant fashion. Super Stadium's our next stop. We're moving over to Brawl Ball.
We are going to be tied up once again, 1-1 as we start this Brawl Ball map. Brawl Ball was the set that found Black Lions falling in match number 1, but they performed so admirably that I think that they will be able to keep pace against INTZ. Expect to see this third match, or this third set rather, determine the future of this match, and I bet that the team that wins this set is going to win the whole thing. Brawl Ball is going to be really important for Black Lions to prove that that set 2 victory was not a fluke and keep their momentum up.
Bold prediction, Woody. I think the way that the first set went, I wouldn't make that one myself about the Brawl Ball deciding it, because I think it could go either way. I mean, in terms of victories, Black Lions was far more dominant than INTZ's was in map number 1. I think overall, when you look at how that went. So this could go either way, in my opinion, and Brawl Ball should be a good spot for it. I don't have an inclination that INTZ are going to struggle, though. I think INTZ are more than capable of clapping back, and I think we might see some dominance from them on this next map. They're going to be bringing the Tara to this particular map, and they've got the Mr. P, the Carl, and the Max for Black Lion.
I think you saw poor brawler picks from INTZ in that second set and a really rapid-paced gameplay that played out to Black Lion's advantage that you won't see in any of the remaining sets. A chance now for INTZ to make the comeback happen, but making a relatively interesting pick here with Tara coming on in. That's not something that we often see with these Brawl Ball maps. That Gadget use is going to be able to give some vision into the bushes, but there's not a whole lot to have to worry about. Maybe the super that Marcel can use to knock down the walls is going to be the saving grace for this red squad up top.
I think it's just playing around the super in general to be able to pull these pull opponents out of the way of the goal. It's large AoE damage as well. When you can get a Mr. P to throw a few briefcases in there at the same time, you're going to have a good time at getting rid of the Black Lions members. You just have to have a good setup, and VT Sim isn't going to allow that. He takes out Guido, charges forward, Matthias trying to go for the kill, dashes forward, he goes for the goal! VT Sim puts the team on his back with a solo play to get the early goal.
But if you get a black hole from Marcel dropping all three of these brawlers, you are going to have a bad time as the Black Lions. On defense now and taking a beating, INTZ have returned fire just as hard as Black Lions could dish it out, but they got to get that goal and only a minute left to do it just to put this thing into overtime. Defense for Black Lions is starting to crumble, and a big super expected from Marcel could end this all. A brilliant kill over on the right side. A second kill! They're going for the team wipe. Can they finish him off?
They don't have the
but the
ball!
ball's far back, Tridd.
They didn't have the ball while they were doing that, Woody. It got passed out into the midfield, so they couldn't capitalize. They couldn't convert the kills to points. And so it's all for naught, ultimately. They will retain control of the map, but they have not got control of the game.
Marcel finished off is going to be a big leg down for INTZ, having lost their clutch player here. The two remaining guys are going to have to retreat back into the bushes and hope that this last shot at victory is going to get them the goal that they need. Black Lions playing valiantly, and with that first goal have held court against an INTZ squad that even with their best efforts has not been able to get that ball past the line. This is the last chance for Guido. Tosses the ball out, but Dice has got it. He can't get it in though. Thales' defenses is incredible.
They're going to walk it in though. Marcel's!
Oh my God! Marcel with double-digit hit points remaining is able to get it done. We're going overtime, Tridd.
That should not have happened for Black Lions. You need to shut that down. 34 HP, couldn't get the briefcases out fast enough. But now Guido moves forward valiantly with his gadget to try and get behind the lines of Black Lions. VT Zim needs to move forward. He dashes to catch the ball, but Matthias has it open.
God!
What a goal there.
INTZ! What has happened? Black Lions with a massive domination of the early game, but not able to hold their defenses up against a squad that plays to the final second, Tridd.
It's a great performance by them to be able to close that one down. They had raw domination on the field. They shut down every member coming out from Black Lions. They made it so easy to walk it in afterwards. And when you have VT Zim stood there with double-digit HP, only being the last member to defend that goal, I don't expect the outcome to be any different. We're looking to move over to our next round of Brawl Ball, and it's starting to heat up, Woody. I'm starting to feel it.
I am holding on for dear life. I'm about to fall out of my chair if these players make any more clutch moves like that. The way that these storylines have developed, even within a single game, has just been so surprising. You can barely predict what they're going to do at any given second. INTZ making every second count in that last round, double-digit hit points on that brawler at the end who got it in to keep that in contention, and then just taking a tearing strike back into the Black Lions defense and keeping that momentum up. INTZ have got to be the team everyone's thinking of right now. I think that that victory in game number 1 is proof positive that they deserve to be on the World Finals stage.
Well, they've just been immediately deleted. Marcel going down first again on the gene adaptation this time around. It's not enough to press forward, but they will start looking for ways to get behind INTZ. The ball is yet to be touched.
Black Lions on defense looking a bit more composed than they had in previous games. Lots of damage on BT's end, though, is going to force him back and require that super from Zero in a relatively defensive spot there just to push INTZ out of their own spawn. They've got possession of the ball, though, and Black Lions are going to be hammering away at Marcel now. Lots of quick shots from Max out there, popping that super, but ultimately going down. Questionable super from Zero to try to get that ball as far away as possible. Thales has possession, but didn't take it to the goal line, and it's going to be handed over now to INTZ.
Going to be passing into the smoke. They don't exactly know where Guido is, but they can probably have a good guess at this point. He's down on the right-hand side. The Brawls happy to be, Black Lions are happy to wait for this one. They're going to throw the ball forward. Pickaxe thrown out immediately after to try and get some free damage, but they weren't going to fall for that bait.
Ball on the back line here for Black Lions, but they are taking a beating from INTZ, spread all out around and firing away. That consistent chip damage from the Robo Porters has given the INTZ squad a lot of trouble. They've got no throwers in their lineup and have no real easy way to knock that Robo Porter setup down. INTZ are going to be falling back now as they try to defend against a stab from DTZim. We've seen so often how Max can get that ball past the goal line in a very short amount of time with an easy super that's going to force INTZ back. They'll hold possession now, but are not in a great spot here, Tridd.
No, they are not. They're going to have to break through the defense from Black Lions. They're leaving the ball way back in the corner because they just want to focus on combat right now. They think they have the edge when it comes around to the team kills. I'm looking to Marcel to get a big magic hand here to turn the tide of this battle. He's defiant. He's going for Farless instead. Great cleanup there. They commit 2 supers to get the kill. coldzera unable to get away from that one. VTZim will take him down and the super's placed, but they're leaving the ball in the back corner. I think they're waiting for just overtime for this one to try and fight it out and win naturally through that means.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird exchange. Marcel got a great pull, but Black Lions pushed back even harder and left it 2-2. Then even with that super from Sandy, there was no assault with the ball, and so INTZ could pretty easily just hold on there against a Black Lion squad that didn't seem concerned about pushing into that Sandy super. We are now back neck and neck once again with the ball in the midfield and both teams setting up to jockey for position. VTZim is going to surge ahead now with long-range shots from this Max. Expect to see him make great use of that and that speed to try to evade enemy shots.
Cargo's in, going to go down. It means there's a man advantage. They're likely to be able to equalize. But Guido's found it open. This is terrible for Zim. He's actually getting the clear, but Matthias has the open goal. And he will take the second round, meaning we go to a 2-1 scoreline, Woody.
Awesome job there for INTZ. Excellent positioning of that super by Guido. Gave him exactly what he needed to drill past the enemy lines of defense and forcing out those predictive shots from VTZim. Doing his best to take down 2 enemy brawlers, but ultimately not able to get the job done. Matthias, with plenty of hit points left, could have walked that thing in, but instead chooses to go for the super shot. A beautiful finish for set number 3, giving INTZ a strong upper hand with a 2-1 match line.
Yeah, we move into what could be our last set. It is one set dividing INTZ from a confirmed world final spot. So they are going to be, they can taste victory at this point, Woody. Victory for the series, but also victory for their campaign for the world finals. Take a look at the map, which might decide it all. Deeper Danger is our next stop. We're going over to Bounty.
Lots of bushes on this map. Expect to see Bo, Tara, brawlers like that can work wonders when there's so much coverage that you have to pierce through in order to find your opponents. Interestingly, you might see a Tick here as well. Lots of obstacles to have to get around, and his long-range damage can be devastating for these brawler setups. Yes, we do indeed see Zera picking up Tick, and VTZim is going for Sprout here, so we've got a double thrower comp from Black Lions, taking the first star for a quick early lead.
We got Mr. P, we got our Penny from Marcel, as well as the Tick being on Matthias. They're going to take control of the early mid. VTZim about to go down. Marcel wanted to push forward for that kill, but couldn't risk the damage that was going to come in from Zera.
Daly's in a tricky spot here, but it looks like INTZ will let him out. He's going to have to close the door behind him, though, because INTZ are looking to knock, and take that next spot in this map. The mid control held dominantly by INTZ, forced back a little bit here, but supers raining in from both squads are going to give INTZ a clear advantage. Looking for that first kill. They've yet to find it, Tridd.
They have got control of the entire map as the bushes are starting to be eroded, so they're going to be able to see INTZ coming at them. Remember, Black Lions, they may only have 1 star, but that's enough because it's the only point in play. So they will win by default unless actions come in from INTZ. It does force them to be the playmakers, and they have 50 seconds remaining to do that.
Great positioning by Guido out here. Recognizes that he wants to stay far away from those throwers to keep that Robo Porter setup alive. But Black Lions have done it. That double thrower comp is a ton of damage being dished out here by Black Lions. And with that first kill, they've now got a 3-0 scoreline here thanks to VTZim's heads-up play.
Going to be able to get that early lead. It's great to see. Matthias has to dash away. Didn't want to get caught up by the final shots from Zera. And INTZ had 25 seconds to act. They're going to have to go aggressive on this one because the chipping is not working. But who's the unit to break through the door? Who's going to take the brunt of the force to get to positions where they can start dealing this damage? 15 seconds remaining, Woody. This has to be it for them.
They're about to push back Lions up against the wall, and the shot from Marcel is good. Gets that 3-2 scoreline, but they're going to need another one and only 5 seconds left to do it. Defense from VTZim's looking good. Zera is impregnable.
They got it!
Defending. What? The scoreline evened up again. A clutch kill from Thales at the last second. The drawn game with Thales, the star player, saving Black Lions at the last second.
When I was asking who was going to try and break down the door, the last brawler I expected to do it was Tick. But you saw Matthias use his gadget to dash forward, throws in the head first as well, tries to go straight for Cold Zero to get that additional kill. Unable to find it, but still he was the one leading the charge against the team. That is not a position you expect a Tick to be in.
2 kills for either squad. Early lead for Black Lions fell apart thanks to INTZ's clever dominance of the midfield, but they've got to play a little bit more carefully through the early game in this next rematch. We're going to see Black Lions coming back, but their heads have got to be down right now. They're trying to hang them high, but with a 1-2 match point against INTZ, they are in a tough spot to be sure. They're going to be bringing in the same comp once again. Expect them to see them playing defensively, trying to leverage these throwers for maximum long-range damage. They get an early kill. That is huge for Black Lions, Tridd.
It got on to Marcel. What I want to point out here with INTZ is they're the ones who've changed his composition. They brought the Jackie and the Gene to the fight. So if it does come down to the wire where the lead is in favor of Black Lions, they will have a Gene pool to try and create an opportunity for kills. And they can let Guido be the breacher this time. The person's going to go through Marcel. He did not see the head first coming through the brush, and now it's a 5-0 star lead for Black Lions. INTZ are going to have to start cleaning house, otherwise they will lose this first round.
Demolitions expert Zera. Tick is losing his head, and so am I, Tridd. Huge hits so far from the Black Lion squad, denying any setup opportunity for INTZ, and once again forcing them out of their base. Knock, knock, open up the door. It's real. Black Lions are the squad to beat in this set. A huge 9-0 scoreline and no kills whatsoever by INTZ. This is going really according to plan for Black Lions.
Pain, Woody. Pain is what I just experienced. We saw Matthias try and go use his super to get behind Black Lions and pinch them between him and Guido. But Black Lions backed off and they were able to shut him down. And the pressure from INTZ in the front-facing battle didn't come through, so Matthias was left out to dry and feed over more kills to Black Lions. 9 stars they have to surmount. They could do it if they have the supers online. You can see Guido trying to get in position. Matthias is point-blank range as well. They have to collapse him now, Woody.
INTZ needs a team wipe, but they're getting wiped up themselves. Damage dished out from VTZim is unpassable. What an amazing job on defense from Black Lions. Even if they go down now, that won't be enough to clear the gap. And the 2 brawlers with the most stars at the end of the game will be VTZim and Zera. A 16-3 star line. One of the most dominant performances that we have ever seen in a bounty game. Black Lions are here to stay, Tridd.
And that was off the back of VTZim's super. They saw Guido coming in. They saw Marcel trying to get the pinch around the other side to box them in. They're like, okay, we can't fight on 2 fronts. Let's fight on 1. These people, both of these beefier brawlers, Matthias and Guido, cannot get over walls. They're not a thrower. So let's just put up a sprout wall. They can go around, and when they're trying to rotate around to help Marcel, we'll kill Marcel first, create a 3v2, and on your way in, you can walk over a bunch of residual tick mines. They just absolutely outsmarted them in that final play.
They have rewritten their strategy book, though. It's Slambulance this time from Black Lions, and they will be playing the aggressors here, once again getting that first star from the midfield and denying a setup spot for INTZ. Thales is incredible! 2 kills right back to back, and that's a big 5-0 scoreline for Black Lions.
And now INTZ have to climb back to the familiar position for them to be in. Every single round of bounty, they've had to go and climb or claw back some form of victory from Black Lions. But they're hiding around these brush. They've got this beefier composition. They switched over to the Slambulance. They're happy to tank all this damage and just control where INTZ can go.
Caution, men at work. That hard hat for Thales is covering an even harder head. damaging INTZ beyond expectations and getting a huge early lead. No kills since that point yet, but Thales is really the guy to watch in this game number 3. INTZ pushing deep into the enemy's pockets, but can they pull a star out of it? Thales defying gravity and jumping up top to get another one, Tridd.
They're unable to find an entry point. They got 45 seconds remaining. 9 stars is still surmountable. But I just don't see how they're going to end up getting these kills, because Thales could just walk forward and just attack them. There's so much AoE damage that comes from the Jackie that you just can't allow them to get close. And now you see VTZim walking forward. He throws out the bubble. There's not enough to get the damage. It does cut down these sight lines, as now the offensive is coming in from INTZ. But Thales immediately walks forward. He's not having any of it and shuts it down. 11 stars to climb. They're not going to be able to do it, Woody.
When was the last time we saw a brawler with 6 stars above their head? Black Lions' Thales is the man of the hour. An amazing job when Black Lions needed it most, and turning this thing around for a huge 13-3 star victory. Bounty was an easy snack for the Lions. They are feasting good tonight.
Oh, yes, they are. And as we move to our final set of the match, Woody, it is going to be a decider. Remember, there is more on the line here than what would usually be expected. Black Lions are not just fighting for placement in the monthly finals, they're fighting to deny INTZ that guaranteed qualification for the global finals. They need that slot open, otherwise they're not going to be able to claim it themselves.
2-2 match score, and once again the Black Lions are going to be taking it to set number 5. An incredible showing from a new team on this world qualifier stage has shown up against INTZ and B4 Esports in stellar fashion. Hats off to them so far, because whatever happens in this last set between these two amazing teams, Black Lions have proven that they are a team to be feared. This 5th set is going to be double swoosh, a gym grab map where INTZ and Black Lions have got one more chance to prove that they are the team that deserves to go ahead.
Right, we're going to go into that straight away. Woody, and already Marcel under the pressure. He has the gems, but they're trading out the briefcases with the Mr. P. Zero will get the kill and shut that early lead down for INTZ, but the gems are up for grabs, and VTZim has no problem with walking forward to grab them.
Picks up a couple early on, and that's going to be a little bit of an advantage for Black Lions, but not too much to be happy about. INTZ are just as well positioned along the right side bushes, and with Guidu stabbing into the left one as well, firing away with that bow, unrelentingly denying Thales access to that spot that he wants to get a shot at Marcel, who's holding the gems all for INTZ, grabbing a 5th one now. It's INTZ's game so far.
Gonna lock them into the spawn. The Porter's gonna be paying a lot of attention to VTZim on the right-hand side. He's now gonna go on the hunt for him once again. Traps are set up for Thales. He's not gonna trigger them with the tripwire, let them go manually, but they're losing control of the map now, as they're unable to get the brushes they need to safely move on the left-hand side. They will press forward and do it the hard way. Thales will still be able to find the gems, but they're operating at a 4-gem deficit at the moment.
Really difficult spot for Black Lions as they continue to try to fire away and deny Marcel, but he's hiding in those bushes so well, hard to get a read as to where exactly he's at. VTZim has got those mines set up, but on a defensive spot, he needs to play aggressively. They can't let INTZ get another single gem. Matthias makes a stab in, swirling away, but can't get that 5th and final one secured. He's going to go down, and that's going to be a chance for Marcel to get the last one, but can he do it?
He doesn't want to risk it, Woody. He does not want to risk it. He's got 9 gems, and he was the only brawler up at the time. He's just going to let Matthias get that last one, as it's now on Black Lions to go on the offense. The spawner will not produce these gems fast enough. They have to find a kill, otherwise they will lose this first round.
Marcel is not going to give up a single inch to the competition, playing defense beautifully here and shutting down VTZim. The countdown continues and it runs out. INTZ have done it in this 5th set. They'll take game number 1 and put themselves in a match point opportunity once again.
Match point and World Finals qualification point for them, Woody. This next game will guarantee them a spot, and they will be the representative from LATAM South. All to play for them. Black Lions do not want to be taking the 3rd place finish. If they can find the victory here, find the goal to come back, shall we say, and take us to that game number 3, we might see another unexpected outcome. It won't be a reverse sweep as it was in the last time. This has been back and forth, but it's still unexpected. You expect INTZ to be the dominant force in this one as we head into the last potential game of today for them. We're hoping to see them qualify and shut down the Black Lions offense and prove that they are the team deserving of that spot.
BTZim stabbing to the right side bush, but Matthias is there just in time to get him back. Marcel hasn't been able to grab any gems just yet, and it's going to be the Mr. P from Black Lions at the bottom, played by Zera, who's going to get an early lead here for the Lion squad. Blue team is holding court right now, trying to keep Guido out of that left side bush, and Thales is doing a great job firing at left and toward the center, exactly where his team needs him most. Good early start for the Lion squad, Tridd.
Gonna be breaking them down. Marcel getting that kill, but Lions still having that early gem lead. Gonna be popping out the porters, their system. 2 gems up for grab in the middle. Marcel fearlessly walks forward to grab at least one of them. But the traps have been set down there now by VTZim. If anyone walks over him, he's gonna donate them early.
Oh, and the mines will explode thanks to those robo-porters coming out. That is exactly what Black Lions needed to do in game number 1, denying that crucial obstacle placement for INTZ and the bushes as well. It's going to make Marcel's life a lot harder, Tridd.
Yeah, he's going to be moving forward on this one, and now 8 gems in favor of Black Lions. They're hoping to be able to shut them down. They're so close to staying alive in this series. And it's going to be breaking down Marcel. He has to stay there. Gem's going to spawn. Zera's in position to grab. He needs to find someone to get it. And that's gem number 10. They need to go on the offense. Spawners will not give them an equalizer.
Arrogant and well justified in his aggression. Zera makes the stab at the last gem and grabs it. All 10 in his hands. The countdown is cleared to finish, and they are going to lift off into another match point. Black Lions and INTZ in the fight of their lives, Tridd.
Yeah, taking it down to the wire once more. We are going to game number 3 of set number 5. And it is to try and decide who will be walking away with the victory and keeping Black Lions away from that 3rd place spot and trying to send INTZ to the effective Shadow Realm.
Casting them into outer space, getting them out beyond any hope. INTZ just need one single match win in this qualifier and they will go to the Worlds, but Black Lions are not going to let it happen that easily. Their fangs are bared, they're dripping with blood, and they're ready to make one last stand. It's all come down to this, Tridd. Tied up 2-2 on the set, 1-1 on the game score. This last gym grab map has got it all on the line for these two squads, and they are going down to the wire for this final finish.
And the spawner RNG goes in favor of Black Lions. They get 2 gems on their side. Make that free as it flips over. It's an easy pickup for Zera. And Marcel, too low to press forward. So now they're already on the back foot for this one, Woody.
INTZ setting up top. They still have a little bit of coverage there. BTZim, as soon as he gets that super, expect to see him deploy those mines once again, exactly where he did last game. That worked so well for the Black Lions, and Guido has really struggled to get any shots off against Thales so far. He's making aggressive plays in here, but Thales continues to play for the midfield, throwing that pickaxe over at Marcel and trying to deny access to those gems. An early lead for Black Lions, but not a dominating one by any means.
Still need to be pressing forward on this one. Cold Zera got those 4 gems, and Marcel's got 3. Gonna make that to 5 now as he's able to walk in there. This one is neck and neck, Woody. It's getting to the point now where they're gonna be able to contest it. Guido on the left-hand side is taken out by Fales, but Matthias has done it! He's cleaned them up, and INTZ have those 10 gems they need!
Bold and brash. Matthias' super takes out 2 enemy brawlers and gets the countdown started for INTZ. 5 seconds separate them from qualification for the Worlds. This $1 million event is in the hands of INTZ. A chance for greatness and glory has been redeemed. But in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the Lion will sleep proud tonight. The best performance we have ever seen from a team that picked up 3rd place in a region. The Black Lions can't get a victory today, but they have got a lot to be proud of, Tridd.
Absolutely, Woody. 2 soul-crushing defeats there as they went the distance and couldn't find a W from either of them. But to force a team like INTZ, to force a team like B4 Esports to this position is an absolute credit to their ability. Let's get this one over to Falcone. Let's keep the show moving.
Okay, so this simplifies things quite a lot. As Woody announced, INTZ will not be losing this group, and therefore they have qualified for the global finals taking place later this year. But we're going to talk about MVP for that match. It was Marcel, and you shouldn't be too surprised. I'm not going to lie, right at the very beginning of the match, set your minds back to the very first set. That Golden Piper definitely caught my eye, but Marcel's gameplay caught my eye even more. In Siege, he used Pam's Rage. He was able to use Pam to completely prevent the enemy Siege bot from attacking whatsoever. Switched over to Sandy in the last game of Siege and was able to push himself close enough to get a lot of damage into that Ike. In Heister's Brock, Marcel hit so many of those vital shots before moving on to Brawl Ball, whereas Tara, he dealt so much damage to the other team, shutting them down entirely, allowing them to get those vital goals in. Lastly, in Gem Grab, Marcel really picked it up, taking advantage of Mr. P and Mr. P's suitcase, carrying all of those gems away to safety. This was such a neck-and-neck battle all the way through the match, but in the end, INTZ were able to take it down. Huge congratulations to Marcel and huge congratulations to INTZ, the champions of this region. But we're not finished with this region just yet. We still have one more match. B4 Esports may not be qualifying for the global finals, but they are going to get their chance to show INTZ what they've got in the final match of the group. We've got B4 Esports, Tufa, Luca, Bito, and Edenho up against INTZ, Matthias, Consti, Guido, and Marcel. And this is going to be a good one. This group today has been insane. These have been some of the closest matches in Brawl Stars that I have ever seen. But let's talk about B4 Esports. Lucas said to us that every member of their team has their own positive aspect in-game and in life to keep themselves a good performance in Brawl Stars. It's so inspiring to hear. Tufa said that his superpower, and he said this in all caps, was competitividade, which I believe is Portuguese for competitiveness. Apologies if I pronounced that one wrong. But now we're going to talk about INTZ, the champions of the region. Now, once again, INTZ's conditions to qualify today was that they did not come in last place. But they've done it. They've qualified for Worlds. They have guaranteed that they will not be coming in last place. It is confirmed, but they're still competing for today's prize money. They will not take this match lightly, as the first place position here will give them the first place prize for this monthly finals. And you know, as an esports competitor, every single penny of prize money is important. We're going to see this match right now with our casters.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've got to say, what an exciting day it's proved so far. Every game so far going to the final set. Black Lions did a fantastic job against INTZ, but the bans are in for this next game, which is going to be B4 Esports versus INTZ. Serge and Gale, bit of deja vu, Tridd.
Yeah, no real surprises there for me. Sorry, I was going to call you Woody there, Rock. No real surprises for me there, mate. Two incredibly strong brawlers. It does mean that, as you keep alluding to, the third of the trifecta of power right now, Mr. P will still be available. But I don't feel that the Penguin Porter is as powerful as Serge or Gale is right now.
Yeah, Serge is definitely a brawler, which all of the pro team definitely expressing a few minor concerns regarding the meta with us. The majority of the Supercell team are actually away, currently just coming back from their vacations. So I'm sure there will be some balancing changes to come in the near future. But no sign of Mr. P off the bat in this early game of Hot Potato. Heist is the game mode. So yeah, Max definitely the go-to here to get that additional speed boost to get those brawlers quickly towards the safe.
Yeah, we're looking to find some great use out of Max in this one, Ark.
Yeah, so I like the actual pick of the Daryl by Tufa as well. We saw in the earlier games, Daryl is one of those brawlers which can roll in and is going to get a ton of damage if left untouched. It can do a ton of work, so INTZ definitely going to have to pay attention to both Tufa and B2 as well, going with the BB pick, a very tanky option for B4 Esports out of the gates.
He's going to press forward. Guido has that speed boost. It's just Tufa on the left-hand side. Matthias is going to have to keep him at bay as they send Marcel and Guido charging at the safe. get that early damage on, but here comes the counter attack as expected. Only a minuscule amount of damage, 17% for them this time around. So nothing substantial. It does give INTZ the lead as they're going to commit the last call to move away. There's the aggression coming in from Tufa, cleared out by Matthias. Only finding a few percentage on the board, but it's enough to give them an early lead. And they've not cleared out Beto just yet, as he will end up giving them the lead.
Yeah, before Esports have a really good sort of map advantage in terms of their positioning and their placements and the aggression I'm liking, but they're not really translating that into damage. And that is the thing which at the moment INTZ seem to be doing better, being very much more on the defensive, but shutting down B4 Esports pretty hard. But now their damage starting to rain down as Dinho surviving with B2 getting a ton of value in, and that might come back to haunt INTZ.
Definitely going to end up haunting them a little bit because they've got themselves at a 33% deficit. Matthias doing his best to try and chalk that down. Marcel gets the last call off. They're sending Matthias in. It's turning into a base race arc, and it's given an early lead over to INTZ. They're shredding through. They might have been able to put it away. It's come down to the wire, but no! B4 Esports will walk away with the first round win.
It did come back to haunt INTZ. I've got to say that Matthias did get a ton of value playing Carl on the stage, but even that wasn't enough. And before Esports were a really strong start and definitely looking to get the most out of today. Had a great start against Black Lions earlier, and as we heard from Falcone, INTZ have qualified now. But before Esports are going to want to finish strong. They're going to want to get maximum value as well from the money as well. That's obviously going to be a big thing to play for now for them. But they've been performing really well, but didn't actually qualify for next month. So they're going to want to be able to get as much out today as they can.
Yes, unfortunate position to be in where you're not going to show up to the next monthly final, but I believe, what is it, Ark? This is the August monthly final, so we have September and October, so we've only got 2 more monthly finals after this, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that is correct, and yeah, we're seeing a nice different sort of dynamic now as the pressure for some teams has been lifted a little bit, and that will have a knock-on effect throughout the leaderboard, but obviously in this region, only one team can qualify, and it is going to be INTZ, so before Esports now, just looking to end on a high. They've had a fantastic year so far, and looking to continue that on until the very end here.
Well, we're into our second game, and still going to be running out with the Dow, but Tufa's moving over to the Spike this time around, so we'll be throwing that into the mix instead.
Yep, the BM's starting to fly. Beat's just chilling out on the right-hand side there, blowing the bubbles and just saying, I'm not going to move until, you know, you make me move, and standing his ground. I do like the brawlers that B4 Esports are going for here, but got to just point out again, INTZ with the quick shutdowns and are performing very well on defense, but not able to kind of get the same offensive value as we are seeing from B4 Esports.
Need to be more conscious of that one to be able to stay into the game. But now look at the damage coming in from INTZ. They've got it down to 40%. They're just chipping away at it. Guido deals a hefty blow to the B4 Esports safe and puts INTZ in a great spot to counterattack this set.
That was a very, very damaging push. 75% damage, and now B4 Esports really need to wrap this up right here, right now, and they are getting into good positions here. INTZ very much on the defense. Guido trying to seek through on that right-hand side, shut down by B2. A couple of shots is all it's going to take him. Tufa shutting it down as well. This is right going to go down to the line here, Tridd.
Oh, he tries to use the shield, but it's on Matthias to finish it off. He's left alone on the safe arc. He's bouncing it off the backboard. And INTZ have done enough to clap back in round number 2.
Carl is not a brawler that you want to see at the end of that final trick damage. You can't body block any shots. They will pierce straight through you, and that is what we saw with Matthias there, landing those shots consistently and getting the final blows to the B4 Esports safe.
Yeah, gives them the definitive lead, and they are able to push us round to game number 3 on our first set of this matchup. INTZ having already just qualified themselves for the World Finals. They're feeling the high right now, Ark, and they're carrying that momentum forward into their next game. Because as you've already mentioned, they still have to play for prize money. They still want to play for dominance as well. You don't want to be going into a World Finals. We're on a losing streak in the monthly finals, having other teams going, INTZ, they're pushovers. You want fear. The only way you get that is by remaining consistently good.
Yeah, and we've seen so many players kind of rising to the occasion, and you know, ending on a high is very, very important. You know, you've got to consider. I know this just flown by, but there is going to be obviously more competition in the years to follow. So you want to make a name for yourself now, and you know, attract new organizations to the competition. And all these players are professionals that will be playing down until the very final seconds of every single game.
Fias, he's counting down the clock already. He's got into the safe. He's left unattended, and there's the backboard again. Guido's going to reinforce him. Speed boost him around as Matthias will go back in. They're attempting to do the base race here, but they're keeping up with the pace for now. They're sending Beto to solo defend against two brawlers who have range. It's not going to work out well for them. Guido is just going to burn him around. What a chemical misplay by B4 Esports to allow that to happen. And INTZ will take set number 1.
That was a blink and you miss it kind of moment. I mean, that was a very different game of Heist to the ones prior to that. And yeah, before Esports absolutely dropping the ball there. And there we see a ton more kills on the side of INTZ, over double that of before Esports, and the safe damage to match. You know, you gotta say now, moving into the next set, can INTZ continue that forwards, as it's been a pretty close matchup up until just that final moment?
Yeah, it's hard to say, Ark. The way this is going, the way LATAM South's been today, this is probably going to end up going the distance as well. I'm just resigned to the 5-map series, and breathe it all in, folks, because you're going to see exactly all the maps that are going to be played today on your screen right now. But next one we're guaranteed to see is penalty kick. We're moving over to a brawl.
Yeah, and a challenging map now that Sprout is you know, back on the cards. We haven't seen the Sprout ban for a while since the balance changes. For me, a strong brawler in penalty kick. We've seen a lot of really interesting super usages to kind of actually corner the ball and completely block it off, and that can make a big difference on this map. We've also seen a lot of tankier brawlers like Frank coming into the mix, and a lot of throwers as well, in terms of not just Sprout, but Barley being a viable option here. BB, many actual options here for both of these two teams to consider going into this game of penalty kick.
Well, let's hope that they can bring that to the table as we jump into that next set now. Ark, and having a look at what's being brought out. Jackie, Frank, and Apoko. So it's a bit of a slambulance for B4. And they're heading up against this, the Penny, the Max, and the Barley. Why are we seeing a lot of Penny today, Ark? I don't understand it myself.
Penny's, Marcel's actually been playing a very, very good Penny, and actually here though, INTZ a bit getting wiped out straight off the back. Gonna come back to that one, Tridd, because before Esports have just annihilated the first opening seconds of a goal. But yeah, Marcel playing very good Penny. Penny has a gadget which can break cover, and that's why we're seeing her being used here. Also, that turret providing a lot of value with the balls of fire, star power, denying area. It is very important with close channeled maps like penalty kick. So we'll see that gadget probably popped in a minute with Marcel blowing the turret. No, he's going to keep it there. I guess wanted to reserve it for later rounds if Gritty can finish it, but he's not able to finish it, as Tufa now back in the mix should surely shut us down. Marcel with a bit of a miss though, Tridd, and can't finalize the goal for INTZ.
Disastrous for INTZ. The respawn's coming in too good for B4, and now Tufa is on the hunt. Has to pass off and allow some regen. Marcel at 88 HP. This is not looking good for him. Adino can't stand still. He has to deal against the Barley. They're all soaking up the damage on the last call, but a heal comes out. Tufa's got a super. Do not let him get close, and here it is. The breakdown gets pulled away. Not fast enough. Everyone's incredibly low. The cover's been broken down. Last call being there. Dino walks forward. It's not enough, and Matthias in the turret is good enough to defend. 1 minute remaining for INTZ.
What a defense from INTZ. The amount of times that I was certain it was going to avail to a goal, but it actually did not in the end. And now we're seeing before Esports again on the defense. Now finally Marcel breaks that cover. A bit late for me. I think we should have seen that a bit earlier on to give INTZ some opportunities on the offensive side of things. As over time, there's nothing to destroy anyway. And now INTZ looking to capitalize as before Esports a little bit on the back foot here, Tridd.
Tufa should be going down. Guido was boxed in until he turned it back around with the help of Marcel. Adino walks forward. He's got a super online. There's a couple of people that are easy targets. Goes for the super pass just to keep it away. 20 seconds on the clock. INTZ still have time.
Yep, absolutely, definitely still time to make something of this. Matthias with a bit of a super burst of speed, looking to find the gap. Past the Gritty, the pick him out, shut down by before Esports, and they managed to hold on, but only just there, Tridd.
He nearly broke the ankles of Frank with that speed boost from Max, just able to dash around him, but the pass wasn't good enough to get over to Guido in time. He just got demolished as soon as he received the ball. First round going the way of B4 Esports.
That early goal turned out to be so important for B4 Esports. The many moments in that game after that could have availed. There's the miss as well from Marcel. I think that was a crucial moment, actually, for INTZ to be able to bring that one back. And yeah, a couple of misses there, which proved costly for INTZ.
You hate to see it, Ark. You hate to see it. And now we're in a situation where B4 Esports take an early lead in this set. We've still got a long way to go. I have a feeling that a lot of that progress that B4 made, shall we say, was down to the surprise comp. I don't think INTZ were expecting such an aggressive composition from B4 Esports from the off, and it cost them dearly, as we've already identified. I think that's one of those things where it's fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, and I don't think that INTZ are going to be feeling very shameful after this round.
Yeah, they're definitely going with the penny picks, and you know that is a good option. But I think with brawlers like Frank and like kind of tankier, you know, options and the ability to heal with Poco and that kind of thing, it makes it very difficult when depending upon your primary attack in those instances. They are going to keep to that. Marcel is going to play penny again, and that's fine for me. But I do need to see more from the gadget side to break that cover early on if INTZ are going to avail these opportunities into goals.
Fufa's pinned right now, struggling to get out. He can't look left, he can't look right. Finally got a chance to get some regen. He tries to get some brief faces onto Matthias. The ball is yet to be touched. Beto can set up these traps, and obviously he's going to be running the tripwire gadget this time around, as everyone else has. Can get some fast kills if he's lucky.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see him running Totem as opposed to Tripwire, because obviously, you know, having that ability to trigger all of the mines at once at will, so important on a map like Penalty Kick, where you need to break cover, and already a much better start for INTZ, getting their supers down early and getting the turrets down, so important. Before Esports now on the back foot, and a lot of their teammates are spawning in. Edinho now looking to pull for sure to break this push.
Needs to press forward. There's the last call on the left-hand side of Dino. Trying to get the pull, but he's deterred by that damage. Guido gets the kill on the right-hand side. Where is the ball right now? It's nowhere near the play. It's been danced around in the side of INTZ. Are they trying to force out some kind of overtime?
Possibly, if they do, there's the ball. They're actually hiding. I didn't see it myself.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. Like, how did we both miss that? Hey, Guido!
Guido finally gets INTZ off the mark.
Yeah, I was saying that ball was in the entire stealth mode. We just blindsided to it. Apparently, B4 were blind to it as Guido slammed it in the back of the net. Great pull down on Matthias. Gets turned around, though. As Marcel will be the one to take the kill. Guido gets that other one. Ball has been passed around the back. They're just absolutely gone underneath Tufa's legs. And that's going to be INTZ clapping back. Round number 3 will be the decider.
Fantastic footwork from INTZ. Guido there absolutely off and cracked, as Max getting those great dashes of opportunity there just to kind of mix it up, and that was a fantastic performance from INTZ, starting to get some momentum perhaps here.
They needed to get the momentum back. They got slammed in round number 1 of Brawl Ball. So they needed to clap back in some capacity, give their fans some more confidence in what was going on in this map type, and they've done just that. They now need to win one more round, and then they end up pushing themselves to a 2-0 scoreline to close out the LATAM South region.
Yeah, and for me, I wanted to see a bit more from that bow pick. It didn't really kind of serve before Esports too well, but it is for me quite a viable one at that. And yeah, just to get that early push and the tripwire gadget into play would be more beneficial for them. I wonder whether they'll mix up this time round.
We'll see what happens. Going back to the Slambulance for B4 Esports. No adaptation for INTZ. They may fall into this trap again. The aggression from B4, we expect to see it.
Yeah, already Edinho looking to pop his gadget. Actually got shut down with the Barney gadget to slow, and a quick and easy deflection there from INTZ to slow that push, but actually was a good opportunity had that Jackie gadget been popped in time. So good awareness from Matthias there to slow down that push, and now Super going out to force back Tufa as well. A pretty good start. Got to be said though for B4 Esports.
Absolutely, we expect to see it. They're going to push that into the back corner, look for kills instead. Tufa being kept at range by Guido. Great job at locking down his angles and making it difficult for him to get in. Adino walks forward, gets some healing from Beto, but now he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. He has to go through this damage. He will get eroded as he walks forward. Tries to find some semblance of kills, but only finds damage. The ball is right outside their door, but INTZ only now have the confidence to get a hold of it.
Yeah, that penny turret, they're coming so much into play to deny the grounds of which before Esports could walk on. I did feel actually like BT might have been able to place that if he'd been a bit more adventurous and daring to go for the ball, but he didn't. He chose to be a slower pace, and that is working for before Esports. In fairness, as Tufa tries to get the opportunity shut down, however, INTZ doing a very, very good job on defense, Tridd.
Well, they're pushing out now. They've finally broken the hold that B4 had on him. Beto's under threat. Has to use the super to heal himself. Tufa trying to find Guidu, but he's already out of his sight line. And there's the speed to get him away. They don't want to give up any kills in the mix. They'll be right back to being locked in their spawn room with no counterattack. They do not want that happening. 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and worth noting as well that I think Matthias is on his last gadget, and that's really crucial as Marcel's making a push towards Beto. Beto's tickling Marcel and not able to get a shot. The final blow as Marcel secures a goal with only 30 seconds left on the clock.
This is not looking good. B4, let's have a replication of what you did in the first round where you went super ham and got yourself a kill. Adino gonna pass it out. Guido catches it, tries to go for the pass. The super locks him in place. They've got an advantage. They're locking him in a safe. Beto will go for a shot, but he's unable to find it. And now they've defended valiantly. INTZ can keep control of the ball, seal the deal, and take us to set number 3.
What a round for INTZ, putting them then now up 2-0 on the sets. The pressure building for before Esports, who've already had a victory today, but they want to end today on a high. INTZ are now stopping that from happening and are well on their way to having 3-0 here, Tridd.
Ooh, Ark, it's getting close to that moment. INTZ, they've woken up. They have their appetite. They're moving on to the main course, and B4 Esports are struggling to keep up with it right now. Ooh, INTZ, they just need to go ahead and win this next set, and they will walk away with the victory. They will walk away with first place, the prize money, and continue to be the pride of this LATAM South region.
Yeah. Absolutely so dominant in that Brawl Ball match, and they see the kills over double actually as well, and they really want to end this quickly. Going into Junk Park, our next map, the game mode obviously is Siege, and they are going to be absolutely wanting to just get this one done and end today on a high trend.
Absolutely, Ark, and with Black Lions already confirmed to be in that third place position, the difference between first and second place is $11,000. 11,000, Ark! That's how much is on the line for this next set.
That is absolutely insane, and many of these players, you've got to remember, are looking to kind of explore their brand as individuals, and having that prize money goes on a long way into starting up YouTube channels and kind of getting themselves out there more as individuals. So definitely very much all at stake today.
Well, let's jump into our first round of Siege. And there's that beefy composition. Actually, it's a bit of a slambulance, but it's a rocket-propelled tank at this point as Tufa goes in on the Brock instead of reinforcing with that Poco that we usually see.
Yeah, it's an interesting start for me. I do like the Sprout pick, gotta be said, and Guidu was playing a very good max in Brawl Ball and hoping to replicate that again as Marcel gets a good takedown there on Tufa, and I feel like Brock is gonna work out well, but you've got to get those supers and start raining down the damage to break open the map to your advantage, and Tufa struggling a little bit to do that early on right now.
We'll walk forward, the Rocket Rain being placed on top of Matthias, does shut down the Bolt capture. So we'll return the lead in favor of B4 Esports when it comes to capturing bolts. We did have a tie for our first Siege. There's a nice rollover, and the mid-control still remains with B4.
Okay, looking at the bolts then as well. 9 bolts to B4 Esports and only 4 for INTZ. So the next Siege is going to be a big bot then for B4 Esports. But if INTZ can just hold off and get a couple more now, if they end the round on 8 and get a good defense, this would be a fantastic round for them to go into the final push of this first matchup.
And try and make it work, but they got to defend against an 11 level siege bot right now. It's quite a bit of a tall order. Going to tank up early, get those fast respawns in, but only bought themselves 20% of the robot's health before it enters into Ike range. Have to go for some kind of defense now. Matthias going to come up and tank with the shield. Hasn't drawn the aggro. The super will reset the fight. They're trying to body block Beto in, but a great counter super opens it back up to get this free damage. The Dino will layer damage on top. They've defended it, Ark, but now they know they have to hit a 58% push in this next attempt.
Gotta give a huge shout out to Marcel. They're shutting down Adinho in that right-hand side lane, forcing him to not push forwards as quickly as he would have liked. Made the biggest of differences, as we did see Adinho get some good value from that Frank super. Super is looking to try to finalize this as soon as he possibly can with some kind of damage. It's not going to be enough. A level 17 bot going in thick and fast for INTZ now.
It's big for INTZ. They're walking in. There's the speed boost. They want to get Matthias into range. Sprout's going to cut off one route, but he can't cut them both off. As Tufa going to drop the rocket rain. They burn it down to 40% HP. The damage is coming in. Beto will use the super to lock it up. Adino has to try and tank this as well. They've not got enough damage onto the Ike Ark. It didn't work out. And B4 Esports will take round number 1.
I genuinely cannot believe that level 17 bot did not do the damage needed there. Everything for me was absolutely going for INTZ. Marcel even cancelled the Frank super to stop the stun there. I'm stunned, Tridd.
I'm not sure how they got away with that one either. Ark, I'm looking it back on the replay packages that's been played out, and I still can't see the exact moment where it all went wrong for INTZ. I think that they just had so many tools there to try and slow it down. You got to remember Frank the tank, effectively. He's got 10,000 HP to be able to block up some of the damage from the siege bot. Sprout's got a wall to divert it and buy more time. They were dealing damage on the entry as well. They were able to burn through the siege bot despite it being level 17 way too fast.
Gotta hand it to before Esports. It's absolutely incredible defensive work, and getting that kill, I think, early on that left-hand side lane when the Brock was at the top left, I think played a big part in that as well. But I'm amazed. Going in again, then Dinho going to stay with Frank, and pretty much a similar comp. Marcel actually is going to swap out for the Gene pick, and hoping to have a better result with that over Sprout.
We'll see how that works out for them, but early control in favor of B4. They're going to walk away with level 2 siege bot as well to keep the pressure. Adino's sitting on a super. He can break down a lot of these barriers if he needs to. The siege bot getting contested very early. Great pull there to try and burn through his HP pool. If that was any other brawler, he'd probably be dead right now. Adino just shrugs it off as the level 2 siege bot walks in, and as will B4 Esports. Adino wants to get some extra damage off the back of this one. But there's a pull in from Matthias to shut everything down. They've got 10% for now. They're looking for more.
Not a bad start. It's actually a pretty good amount of damage. Almost 50% is not too shabby at all.
For a level 2 siege bot, Ark.
I know.
What do you mean not too shabby? That's really good.
Before Esports in a great spot right now, having taken that first round, and now in a really good spot, having taken 50% off of the INTZ safe on that first push. And a tie now actually might sway things though, Tridd.
It's the beginning of the end for INTZ. The rollover comes in. They've got mid control. They will have bulk control, which means they continue to build this lead. They have 35 seconds to maintain control.
Yeah, 10 bolts now, 11, surely 12 if Matthias can just stay alive. This is great control from INTZ. That tied round has absolutely done them a load of favors as Matthias sucks in the dinner, gets the takedown as well. 16, 17, 18. How many more bolts are INTZ going to capture in this round?
Ark, a level 17 siege bot wasn't good enough last time. They don't want to take any chances, so they're moving it to make it a level 21 plus. This is going to be a red siege bot coming in. If INTZ can't win this, then they should just give up the entire game to B4, because this is some valiant defense that's going on. They've started it early. There's going to be the first tank, and that's going to be Frank going down as well. We'll come back with that additional spawn shield. Tufa has to get away. It's there for Beto to tank it. They're trying to deny it. It's not made the connection. Now, finally, it will get in. Matthias walks there. It's all over. INTZ have done enough. They will equalize set number 3.
Not too late then for INTZ. I did think that Adino had super, maybe could have made something of it. Did try to connect with not just the bot there, but also members of INTZ not able to do enough though. And now INTZ are on match point and are in the best position to win this 3-0.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not going to complain if I'm INTZ right now.
Yeah, absolutely. One more round win will give them the victory and close out the day. So we are hoping to find them doing that in the next round. Well, not hoping necessarily. We could see this go to 5 games, but LATAM South, you've had your fair share. You've had quite a long broadcast this week with your 5-game series, round 3s in every single round. You know, maybe let's wrap this one up short, yeah?
Yeah, LATAM South definitely getting the most out of their screen time this week. But now INTZ putting the pressure on, and they want to win this quickly. They want to end things on a good note. And what a day it's been for them. Match point now, and Siege is such a great game mode as well to finalize things if they can just bring out that final bit of Tridd.
Can you write that down? How are you spelling that?
How you doing it? So you can put me on the spot right now. You made me do that twice. It can be
What's it going to be? Is it G-G-R-R-R-R-R-R-R? Just like a continuous string of it, or is there something else to it? Am I missing a trick?
I'll talk you through it later.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
So we got one last round to define it, and from what we've seen, it's come down to last sieges all the time for INTZ. Will they bring out something that will enable them to potentially not let it go down and run down the clock to a final siege arc? Are we looking for a more aggressive composition from them?
Before, Esports have had pretty good defenses. I mean, like, you know, that final bot being as big as it was, that red monster that came charging down the center of the field was obviously too much for them, but they have shown promise in terms of their defense. So that for me is something that they need to explore more, but where they're currently lacking is with the area control, and that's where the bolts are being banked by INTZ. So they've got to work more on their control, maybe look at some brawlers that can maybe help do that, and that's where, for me, that's where they're lacking right now.
So control seems to be the name of the game for Ark. What are we going to see? Like, what could do that realistically on this map? Dare I say we move back over, we see a Pam in there somehow to help with that mid control?
Pam is a good brawler, but there's a lot of obstacles for Pam to not really get a good line of sight. Thrower's a good Barley's not a bad choice to kind of explore more and choose brawlers that could complement that. But they were running Sprout previously. They actually are going to go back to Sprout as well and run that with Max and Barley. Actually, that's not a bad comp. It's going to come down, I think, to Marcel to get his turret down early and Matthias to use those gadgets to get that speed boost. He does get an early kill as a result of that speed boost. But now Adinho and B2 getting a lot of pressure on INTZ on this first round.
They're not going to be able to bank any off. I was going to say they're not going to be able to bank any of these bolts, but Adino manages to squeeze one out at the end there, forcing out a tie. So no siege in the first round, so it will come down to this mid-control fight Arc.
Even had an opportunity there to kind of secure the kill on Matthias with that super. Chose not to. That might prove costly, but now that takedown on Marcel will allow Adinho to help on that lane side. But look, you leave Matthias on his own for too long to regain that health, and you're going to struggle to get that control needed.
They're just pulling away with this one. 9 bolts to 2 with 20 seconds remaining. I don't think they're going to be able to walk away with the second siege. So we're looking at the point where B4 have to be building up this economy for the last push and having one hell of a defense against INTZ to make this work, because they're not going to catch up that lead with 10 seconds remaining.
They're not doing a bad job of it, Tridd. Got to be said. It didn't with 6 now, 2 was 7. If they can just get maybe like 9 and just get that last one towards a 10 or 10 would be amazing to finish. They're not going to be able to do that. Adinho holding blocked the bot off early on. Now, will that come back to haunt him? Because maybe holding on to that might prove better in this early stage push.
Well, they're not going to find a connection. Siegebot's already at 50% HP, yet to make a connection. They're finding damage from the last call. Look at it being burnt away. B4 Esports cannot keep it alive. And INTZ will walk away with the victory in a 3-0 fashion, claiming first place for LATAM South.
A dominant second round push. They didn't miss a trick whatsoever. Every player staying alive, contributing to that damage. There was nothing before Esports could do about it in terms of a defense. What a day then for INTZ, victorious in the LATAM South region.
Everyone wanted them to finish in third place, Ark. If you were a team in LATAM, you did not want to see a guaranteed first place finish for them, but they fought it out and they went to the exact opposite place. This is the one thing we didn't want to happen, an INTZ first place finish. And the kills, the bolts, the damage, it says it all for this last match. INTZ are your LATAM South champions for August.
They've been dominant throughout this competition, and look at that final result, 57 bolts to 29, 28 kills to 14. You cannot deny they've been so consistent in this competition. Well-deserved. Congratulations to INTZ, your champions. Let's head over now to Falcone to wrap this one out.
Thank you, Ark. The true kingpins of this region for sure. INTZ took this one down. They were looking like they were stumbling a little bit earlier against Black Lions, but they did this nicely. Our MVP for this match is going to be Matthias. Now, Matthias started as Carl, and recently we have seen Carl time and time again annihilating safes and really dominating. Look, it's the super. It's Matthias with the super jamming at the safe over and over again. It was a key part to their victory in Heist. Moving on in Brawl Ball, Matthias used Barley's attack beautifully, preventing attack from certain angles and getting those key eliminations when they counted. And finally, in Siege, Matthias brought back Jackie, pushing aggressively for bolts, actually securing a level 17 Siege bot in the first game, even though that Siege bot was unable to secure the win, thanks in part again to Jackie's amazing ability to push. In the next couple of games, INTZ were able to secure that victory. They are the champions, not just of the region, but of the weekend for this region, as we're now going to take a look at the group and where things stand. Now that all is said and done, you are going to see that INTZ not only did not come last, but they stand on top with a 2-0 victory. B4 Esports, honestly, their fate was taken out of their hands when INTZ were able to win that first game against Black Lions BR, but unfortunately, they were not able to take down INTZ either. Therefore, they're out of contention. INTZ are our champions, and let's take a look now at the prize pool. INTZ are taking home $9,000. There was $7,000 in that last match. Like, it's easy to get caught up in the fact, like, oh, INTZ have already qualified. Why should B4 Esports bother? For $7,000, that's why B4 Esports were giving that last match their everything. But it wasn't good enough. INTZ took it down. $9,000 going into that team's pockets. Now we're going to see the leaderboard and see how things are locked up. INTZ, 220 points. They are far and away the leaders of LATAM South, the true kings of this region. They have qualified. There they are, along with CODEMAGIC Purple, Jupiter, and PSG. They have qualified. They're there. They're in it to win it. We're going to be seeing them again later on in the global finals. What a huge day for INTZ. Obviously, again, to be completely transparent, it was very likely that they qualified already, but still, that was very, very nice to see from them. We got our brawler stats here, and Gene, far and away the most picked brawler still, with Brock and Max doing pretty well as well up there. Gene holding down a 51.7 win percentage, though. That's looking very good. And then we got Mr. P, Barley, and BB also being picked a lot. And these are a lot of the brawlers that we're seeing all of the time. It's a little bit unfairly skewed away from a certain Surge and Barley that have been, sorry, not a Barley, and a Sprout that have been banned a lot. But either way, we're moving on to North America and LATAM North. The final group of the weekend, Omen Elite, CosmosEsports, and Tempo Storm. And we're going to be taking a little look at the leaderboard now and where these teams are in terms of qualification for the global finals. And things are kind of close to the top. Tempo Storm are leading the way with 190 points, but Omen Elite not too far in second place with 160 points. They're marginally ahead, but as you can see, there are still a lot of points left to gain, both for Tempo Storm and Omen Elite. We have some important matches ahead of ourselves because Omen Elite could catch up today if Tempo Storm come last and Omen Elite come first. But let's take a look at the first match of the series. It is going to be Omen Elite up against KosmosEsports, Corey Supersai, Tyrant Star Zulan versus Mali, Minwoong, Kennedy, and Skywalker. And again, you want to keep your eyes on Omen Elite for this match, because Omen Elite coming first place is going to help them dramatically in their effort to qualify. They are the runners-up in the region. They are the only other team capable of qualifying. Every single match counts. They have to win this group. And so they need to take down CosmosEsports. Despite how hard the competition is, Superstar claims that they're very lighthearted and just like to have fun. He also says time flies when they're playing together. I guess it's time to see whether that lightheartedness makes competition any easier up against CosmosEsports. Kennedy claimed that if he won the monthly finals, he would buy lots of McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi to watch Brawl Stars on Twitch. That is one way to go about doing that. Marley is really pushing his content out on YouTube right now. You should definitely check him out. He recently had his first video hit 1 million viewers. That is amazing. Congratulations to Marley, and good luck in the next match. Casters, take it away.
Thanks very much, Falcone. What an awesome showing so far in the LATAM South group that we saw, but we have got just as much excitement ahead for North America. I have seen everyone in chat who's rip-roaring ready to watch these two top teams, Tempo Storm and Omen Elite, competing for that top leaderboard spot, go up against each other, but you have to wait a little bit longer because CosmosEsports has got something to say about it. They've banned Gale in this next match up against the Poco ban from Omen Elite, Ark.
Yeah, the Poco band's very interesting. We haven't really seen Poco band very much at all, so I'm really curious to see how that's going to work out for Omen Elite. This weekend has just flown by already. We had the APAC region yesterday, the Europe, Middle East, and African yesterday, LATAM South this morning, and now LATAM North and North America. The first game mode today is going to be Brawl Ball, and the first map will be Backyard Bowl. I'm expecting fireworks. The NA region definitely a fan favorite on the social media side of things for sure.
Certainly true on that point, but wow, we are already ready to start. Omen Elite, having picked up the win in last month's qualifier, have got a lot of momentum behind them. They are 30 points down relative to their next higher competitor, though, so they really have to show up once again this month and get a stunning victory. That's going to be their goal, and up against this CosmosEsports team, they have got a big competitor ahead of them. Let's see how we use Nani in this Brawl Stars, Brawl Ball matchup, and see if they can get the win early on. Cosmos making a beautiful strike here.
Yeah, really early aggression, and Tyrant did a great job on Divas. Wow, what a great job from Tyrant, getting 2 takedowns and deflating that CosmosEsports push. What a great play from him under pressure. But worthy to note that Surge is on the cards here, and got to ask yourselves, is that going to come back to be something which Omen regret bringing into this first game, as Miniwing just gradually building up those tiers, and that's sort of a great gadget used to avoid. Whoa! I eat my words. As Tyrant gets the takedown there on him very quickly, playing Nani.
Epic job by Tyrant. That super deals a massive punch of damage, and Surge just couldn't handle the pressure. But wow, Surge has been played by pretty much every brawler, every chance that they've had to use him. Whenever he's not banned, he almost always gets brought in by someone or the other. But oh my god, the domination from Omen Elite, a team wipe, finishing CosmosEsports off in brilliant fashion and earning an early goal here in this first game.
Omen setting the tone to say, look, you know, everyone's saying Surge stars, but actually, like, Nani stars is where it's at for them right now. I think that for me is something that Tyrant is doing very, very well, shutting down Surge and those. A great gadget used there as well, literally feeding off my words to show that, like, despite using Peep and being immobilized, he's well aware of the damage he's undertaking on the ground at the same time and getting out of harm's way. Really nice plays from Tyrant today.
I mean, he sort of got out of harm's way. He didn't get killed by the enemy Pam, but he just did get killed by the enemy Nani, so I'm not really sure if he got maximum value out of there. Either way, though, as these trades continue to happen, Moonwong and Corey over on that left side, not able to either of them get the upper hand, this is going to be ultimately a lead for Omen Elite that cannot be surmounted. CosmosEsports doing their best to push through, but wow, the defensive line has really held up well for Omen Elite, and they'll take the 1-0 win in this first game.
Really great start for Omen Elite. I've got to say, when I saw Surge being played by Cosmos, I did think, oh, you know, like that's something that I didn't realize that the bans instantaneously that Surge is playable here, and actually did a fantastic job. I think for me, Surge is better here, but you've got to get to that third stack as quickly as you can to get the maximum value, and that was something that Cosmos failed to do on that first game.
Yeah, you could start to zip around a little bit faster with those early upgrades, but it's that fourth and final level that really gets you the most out of that Surge. Once he gets up that high, he's really hard to stop, and I think Omen Elite did a good job focus firing him down, especially with that Nani super, being able to finish him off right when he was at level 2 and deny that big avalanche advantage that CosmosEsports was looking to build up. They're going to try again, though. They've brought Surge back, this time with some more long-range support from Piper.
Yeah, and shut down as quickly as those words were spoken, Woody, by Corey. And I think that is, for me, the thing that Omen are doing really, really well here. They are well aware of the threat that Surge brings and the risk they are taking by consciously choosing to not bring him in on the second game. They obviously feel very much in confidence with this Pam, Mr. P, and Nani option that they're going with now for a second time in a row.
Minwoon can dodge a briefcase and he can dodge a ball. He's pushed Corey all the way back to his own spawn and is doing a great job supporting the rest of the Cosmos team. But with that wall still up in front, Sky's got a long way to make it. He tosses to Minwoon, the shot, the double shot. King Zulan blocks it both times.
Omen are on fire right now as Tyrant looking to maybe gadget. No, he breaks the mid and now will move up full health as well. I've got to say, I really, really like what I was seeing. Omen doing all the things that they need to do to shut down Cosmos to prevent Surge from ranking up in that way. And what a great defense that was, despite that gadget use, that teleporting gadget, as we saw just then again. Minwoon as well now used 2 of those. He has 1 more left, I believe, so watch out for that. That might be the turning point here if Cosmos can create some momentum and get a push here.
Great reach by Corey, tossing those briefcases over the wall, but excellent defense juking around those hits there. CosmosEsports and Omen Elite are still tied 0-0 in this second game. We're starting to see the advantage that Omen Elite built up in game number 1 kind of falling apart, though. A good brawler swap here from Cosmos is giving them a second wind, trying to push back against an Omen Elite squad, though. They are finding difficulty now. That healing station out back from Pam is doing its best to keep these brawlers topped off, and they finally have been able to make it out of their own goal line. Minwoon doing some great job there as he's leveled up, and it's going to take down Corey. Does he have enough for a super to max out?
Yeah, Sky's going to look to super here. He actually goes to break. That's kind of smart. I thought we'd go for the mid with that Piper jump. That's normally what we see, but actually choosing to take it a bit more off to the side to get rid of that cover, which had the Mr. P super porter.
There he goes.
Yeah, just get that out of the way, and then that's going to provide them some options. Going into overtime is exactly what Sky wants, actually playing Piper. This is a great chance for Cosmos to capitalize here.
With a fully souped up Surge, this is exactly what Omen Elite were most afraid of. They wanted to get that early goal to avoid an overtime where so much damage is going to be piled on. Those energy drink canisters being shot out by Surge are dealing a massive amount of damage. 6 split means he hits with pretty much every attack. Has to remain a little bit further back to avoid being taken down by King Zulan, but he is not going down anytime soon, Ark.
Yeah, max stacks for Minwoon is going to make a big difference here. And actually, Tyrant almost has the takedown a little bit early with Pete, but it was actually at that point which Minwoon chose to use that final super to jump and evade it. It was a great play. Actually, Omen getting a bit of momentum now. Sky looking weary as well. Minwoon now in a really dangerous spot, needs to stay alive here as Tyrant going in. Gadgets with the
what?
But not enough, and shut down as quickly as that by Cosmos. Great plays from them.
That was an incredibly ballsy maneuver from Omen Elite and not going to be rewarded at all. CosmosEsports shut it down, and this stellar squad is still in contention for set number 1. The super past the goal line gives them the 1-0 score to take this win in overtime.
There's so much crammed into that game. There's so much excitement, and definitely for me, Cosmos learned from their previous mistakes. They got the leveling up that they just so desperately needed for Surge, and it came in so essential in that overtime state of the game as well. And yeah, great to see them starting to adapt and learn from mistakes. And now it's going to come down to this. We've seen great things from both sides. It's hard to tell which team is going to take this third and final round of Brawl.
I really like the Piper swap out by CosmosEsports there. I think that they found a great opportunity to get some long-range damage in and leverage that big burst power, and combined so well with the tankiness of Pam and the healing support that she provided. That combo was ultimately what drove Omen Elite back and gave Cosmos the win there in game number 2. I expect them to do the same in game number 3 here. I think CosmosEsports have really found the perfect comp to play this Brawl Ball match.
Yeah, they found a great comp, and also a comp which would dwell well for them if they get to overtime. That's Cosmos' approach here, is to try to bring this into the overtime rounds, and where Omen will do well is to shut that down as early as possible, and Tyrant to just continuously use Peep to ensure that Miniwing does not get towards those max stacks. And an early goal here, if they can get this momentum, this push here, and try to get Sky taken down very low now as well. This is a great chance for Omen. They've got to get this early goal to give a bit of pressure on to Cosmos. They do not want this to go to overtime.
This is looking really scary for Cosmos. They're being pushed back into their spawn, and Minwoo, even though he got a 1-level upgrade, doesn't seem to be playing to his best advantage right now, taking a lot of briefcase fire from Corey before he can finally push him back. But Tyra and Corey now focusing so hard on that left side are going to force Minwoo into his own spawn zone. They're playing so defensively now. Can they hold on, or will they crack?
Miniwing's now being forced back right into the depths of that spawn, and Tyrant and Corey just continuing their pushes. There's a great pinch going on here from Omen. They've got to maintain it. They've got to finalize it. That's what we see so often as players not able to finalize it. Now Corey trying to find the gap and takes down Sky. Surely Omen will score with 1 minute left. They needed that goal so desperately, as now the pressure is on for Cosmos.
Omen Elite have banished Cosmos to the underworld with that kill and the goal to follow up. They are in the commanding position right now. Gods of this match are not going to let that last win from Cosmos take them down at all. They are still on top and are looking to clinch this set with a 1-0 scoreline, just sending the ball back into their own corner and committing to defense for the last 30 seconds of this game.
Yeah, that's smart play for me from Omen, just to kind of, they've got nothing to need to push for here. They can just keep going for kills and deflating these moments that Cosmos are trying to create. And Miniwing now as well, it's going to probably go down with one final shot from Corey. A great turnaround for Omen under pressure, and showing that it is absolutely still achievable to win in competitive without Surge, which I think is going to be a big amaze and shock to many that are watching right now.
I thought Cosmos had got exactly what they needed. They seemed so strong in game number 2, and we're backing it up with a clever start here, but an absolutely brutal shutdown from Omen Elite, giving them the inroad necessary to finish off 2 brawlers and then deny Minwoo any chance on defense. Great job there to Tyrant Star, getting a beautiful shot off the back of King Zulan's suppressing fire to give Corey that inroad for the goal, as you just saw there in the video.
Yeah, Tyra for me playing fantastic game today, and bringing Nani as well, which I think to many is a brawler which is such a high skill cap and took some time during the balancing to kind of find its footing, and showing us how valuable that brawler can actually be to take down big brutes like Surge. And 28 kills for Omen compared to that of Cosmos, I think says it all for me.
Yeah, it sure does. Focusing on that brawler interaction and not worrying about the ball. If you get those kills, you don't even have to fear any goals coming right at you, because there's no one going to be there to shoot them off. Next up, it's going to be Hard Rock Mine, a gym grab map with a lot of bushes spread out along the midsection. They're going to give some ample opportunities for defensive cover for these brawlers, but not a whole lot in terms of obstacles to keep them away. That's going to give more long-range value to brawlers like Nani and Surge being used now by both teams, Ark.
Yeah, and we're going to see Mortis for Cosmos. We're going to see Sprout for Omen, and finally the first look of their Surge. And I'm really keen to see how Zulan is going to match up to the might that we've already seen Cosmos playing Surge 2, not able to kind of make the round count as much as they maybe would have liked, but nonetheless are warmed up. And Omen Elite we're looking pretty good already. A good start, ranking up their Surge and forcing back Cosmos. And now Corey can really start to get some value playing Sprout in this particular position here.
Yeah, unjustifiable aggression so far from Minwoong and from Molly, unable to get the kills that they've been so desperately looking for and playing really risky strats. Running Mortis is just so hard to justify with all the damage being dished out by Omen Elite, especially close range damage that they can use to shut down even a sneaky play here from Mortis. So that is really playing out in the gym scoreline. You see it 8-2 right now with Omen Elite in the clearly advantaged spot.
Yeah, another leveling up of Surge for Zulan. He's going to have more speed, more range, and now looking to get that final stack. He does get it, so now Zulan is really a force to be reckoned with. Great survivor ability that we're seeing from Omen, as Corey now looking to get the final gems. The takedown of Mali is going to open things up for Omen to surely become getting closer and closer to countdown. And again, Minwoong goes down. Omen are storming this early on round of gem grab here, Woody.
The castle has been demolished, undermined by a brilliant play from this team. Omen Elite now have 11 gems on their side and can even afford to drop Zulan. He's going to play defensively out front, finishing off most of Molly's hit points and denying that early access. Great job to Omen Elite, counting down and taking game number 1 of this set.
I really like this idea that Omen are going for, not necessarily the hardest hitting brawlers, but the most annoying to deal with, like Sprout and Mr. P, but continuously hitting shots and getting into really advantageous positions is what's keeping Omen very much the contender here, and they are doing such a great job early on. Cosmos are a really, really strong team, and going with the nanny option there as well provided a big threat to the surge of Omen. So very, very good plays from Omen that we're seeing today so far for me.
Great plays, and you can see why they are setting themselves apart from the rest of the crowd. Even facing off against some of the best teams in the world, they can get that one little measure of advantage that puts them ahead. An early kill here, a great position spot there, a predictive brawler pick. Omen Elite across the board have been playing head and tails above CosmosEsports in this match so far, and I expect to see them continue to do well in this second game of the set. They've already got a clear gem advantage and are pressuring Cosmos back into their own spawn zone now. Barely able to get any shots. Cosmos has finally fired off a super. Might be able to take Corey down. No, he gets a great bubble up to defend.
A fantastic use of gadget for Corey to stay alive there, and great reactions, and was trying to be kind of coy about it and just kind of slow to show his positioning there, and it was a great play. Now picking up maximum gems for Omen, and Corey staying alive again. 6 gems with 2 more left on the field. Could be a really, really quick and early countdown here for Omen if they can just get this control. Now Sky with the peep is not going to really do much, and Omen now going to be able to push back into the middle, I feel.
Yeah, it's a long-range shot, and it lands almost every time. Great aim there from Sky. Not able to get the kill, but they do reposition into the mid and will tie up this series, or rather this game. They've got 5 gems now, down just 1 to Omen Elite, and holding court in the mid here are going to do their best to push back Tyrant Star. But wow! The briefcases are raining down from the sky and have knocked CosmosEsports off their pedestal. Sky doing his best to get back into the action here, but that's 9 gems now for Omen Elite. They need just 1 more to get that countdown, Ark.
Yeah, Corey surviving there. Went to the cover, actually did still take the damage nonetheless, but it is going to be the nanny for Cosmos, which is holding the gems, and very much different on the Omen side of things with the Sprout. Corey picking up the gems there. Zulan now ranking up his stack again, and a great positioning there of the Sprout to just deflect this entire push from Cosmos. Countdown for Omen. They're trying.
Oh, yes! Got the kill and stopped the countdown. It is neck and neck, 9 stars apiece. A souped up Robo Porter doing its best to repel Sky, and that's going to get him back up to the top. No way that he can support the rest of this CosmosEsports squad. 12 gems in the hands of Omen Elite. There needs to be a kill, and there needs to be one soon. CosmosEsports up top cannot get their way into the bottom, and Omen will take game number 2 for the second set. A sweeping victory so far.
Yeah, I mean, 2 sets already. I feel like we've only just started as well. Omen wasting absolutely no time today and are very much seemingly in control of this first battle against Cosmos, and I just feel like they're getting themselves into great spots to put pressure on, and that's got to be now what Cosmos are feeling is just that one word, just pressure for me.
The American squad so far behind on kills relative to this Canadian behemoth. Omen Elite with 119,000 damage dealt really shows on this scoreline how they held a commanding lead over Cosmos, even though Cosmos was doing a pretty good job keeping pace with the gem race in the middle there. They weren't able to ever get a countdown on their side and playing kind of catch up the whole time against a against an Omen Elite squad that seemed very strong once again. So they're going to be going into set number 3 next, Ark. What do you expect to see?
Well, Layer Cake is one of those bounty maps where, for me, it's all about kind of lane control, and we do see a lot of Tick, we see a lot of Bow. Pipe, for me, is always a really, really good go-to brawler to hold the mid. But, we do see the occasional Mortis, Mr. P, Jackie. There's actually a lot of brawlers that are viable in bounty, but bounty is all about staying alive and making sure that if you've got a high bounty, that you're not putting yourself into a perilous position where you can get taken down easily. You've got to be weighing up the risk of going on the aggressive against that of going on the defensive too soon. So that's something that I'm going to be looking for in particular, is not retreating too early, too premature into your spawn, because one spawn trap and a team wipe can turn the game at the very final moments.
2 ticks set up county corner from each other. Tyrant Star grabbed the star early on, but CosmosEsports returned fire and got that kill to take the lead 2-1. Not a dominating position by any means, but with that star advantage, Cosmos will be able to play defense if they so choose. Tyrant Star is going to rotate over to the right side, and that's going to be a Tick v Tick duel on that right angle. A super coming out now from the Cosmos side of things. It's going to be slowed down, blocked by that Sprout super, and finally finished off. But they've been able to regain control of the midfield now. Cosmos and Omen Elite neck and neck with a small star advantage. Omen Elite are running out of time to get the kill in there, Ark.
So many little moments there that I thought were really cute. I saw like the Zulan gadget used to sort of teleport behind, and then the Corey super, which diverted the Tick head towards Tyrant, who's playing Tick, a really bad brawler to deal with those, but great accuracy. Sky going down, the 3 stars then to in favor of Omen is a great chance for them to capitalize on.
Painted into a corner. You would have liked to see a gadget use there to hop over the wall, but Sky couldn't get it done just in time, and Omen Elite will hold that 1 slim star advantage. Lots of bombs raining down from the sky now by Tyrant Star, who doesn't even really seem to be too heavily focused on the tit for tat against this enemy Tick. Min Woong on defense, so going to have to retreat back and lets his teammate soak a super. That's going to be an even bigger lead now for Omen Elite. A 2-set advantage, and now looking to get that match point clinched with a dominating showing here in this bounty game. A good kill on the counterattack by CosmosEsports, but they can't keep the power up. A 9-4 scoreline in the end will give Omen Elite another victory.
Fantastic first round. For me to get Cosmos into that spawn trap, in their own spawn trap, that ending stage of 10 to 15 seconds at the end is not something that you often see. It's much more the opposite of the way around, and that was, for me, a great position for Omen to find themselves in. Very, very confident looking, and now match point. Haven't skipped a beat so far today yet, Woody.
They sure haven't, and this is boding very well for them later on. They're going to have to focus on that number 1 leaderboard opponent, Tempo Storm, in the second match. Picking up the win here and now is going to give them an even bigger leg up and a lot of momentum to go into their next fight. They seem dominant right now against the CosmosEsports squad that was facing off favorably in the early sets, but really has fallen apart as set 2 and 3 have developed now. We're getting now into the late stage of this set, and wow, Omen Elite have claimed the first star and pushed Cosmos all the way back into their own spawn. Very aggressive plays, and with a Mortis, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Torrance will be very careful, dashes away there nicely, because if he goes too aggressive at this early stage of the game, then it's going to provide a good advantage to Cosmos going in now, running here he goes again into the spawn, really fast, back into spawn though. Can he get out on his own? Can't get out. He does go down. Corey's trying to pick up this kill on Marley. He might even do so if he can get one more shot over this wall here. He's going to go for mini-wing instead, but a big change of events there, almost not in favor of Omen.
Yeah, Tyrant Star gets a -1 result out of his attack, but is able to help his teammates enough to take down Sky. Really great coordination from the Omen Elite side, and being able to pull far and ahead now on this star score. What is happening to Cosmos being dismantled by an Omen squad that even when they play aggressively or defensively, they can get the wins either way?
Yeah, Tyrant as well, evading that tick head of the helper Corey and just going in so aggressively, and much to the delight of those emotes flying around. And it's worth mentioning that this is going to make a big difference. Omen are only 30 points behind Temperstorm, so going into this next game, if they can just wrap this one up in the next 15 seconds, it's so important for those. Tyrant is still completely annihilating the spawn. He is cracked, Woody.
Crushing the opposition. Consternation from those emotes flowing from Omen Elite. An 18-8 star line, and even when Tyrant Star goes down, he does it in style. OE or OP. Victory again for them, and a 3-0 finish. What a showing for this leading squad. Having picked up the win last month, they've done it again this month, Ark.
Omen, for me, are the team to beat today. Temperstorm now, who are currently leading the leaderboards, have got to be looking at this and thinking, right, what are we going to do to combat this? Because Omen have got momentum. They have come out the gates firing on all cylinders. 27 stars to 12 in bounty is a huge lead. 12 kills to only 4. Omen, for me, are on fire right now.
Oh yeah, they've raced past the finish line before their opponents could even get out the starting gate. This is going to be an interesting development. Falcone, what have you got for us?
I'm going to be real with you guys. This was a bit of a change of pace compared to the other matches that we've seen today. This was a little bit more of a, blink and you miss it type of thing. But we're going to award our MVP for this match to Tyrant Star, who did so much. It's going to be hard to go through it all in that match, even though it was so quick. Tyrant Star started with Nani, hitting some of those vital shots and helping to get those really important points in the early games of Brawl Ball, defending and attacking beautifully. Later on, he moved on to Mr. P in Gem Grab, and now we've seen a lot of really defensive plays from Mr. P today and over the weekend, but this match was no exception. Keeping a distance, taking advantage of those positions and of the briefcase to get those limbs and to carry away the gyms. And finally, he helped the entire team dominate during Bounty, as Ark put nicely, just annihilating the enemy spawn. There was nothing that Cosmos could do. A big congratulations to Omen Elite and an important first win as we look at the group. Omen Elite now sitting at 1-0. If they can take down Tempo Storm, they are going to be making some good progress at catching up in this group. But guess what? Their next opponent going to be Tempo Storm. This is the match of the group. Everyone, get ready for this one. Corey, Superside, Tyrant Star, and Zulan up against Alec, OG, and Bobby. This is the match. We're going to get into Omen Elite now, but this is the match. Once again, Omen Elite are a mere 30 points behind Tempo Storm. If they were to win this group, and if Tempo Storm were to come last today, Omen Elite would immediately catch up. The entire result of this region could flip as quickly as that. Like with SK versus Tridd yesterday, this is the match of the day, the most important match of the region. But Tempo Storm are not going to make that easy for Omen Elite. As it stands, they are ahead. They intend to keep it that way. That being said, OG completed a 24-hour stream on Twitch just a few days ago. That is amazing, but it does beg the question, has he fully recovered? Is that going to make this monthly finals that much more difficult? We are going to find out with our amazing casters for this next match.
Hello. I am back for some North American action. Of course, I'm going to be joined by Woody as well as we jump into game number 2. Woody, I've got one question for you, pal. Did you miss me?
No, not at all. I wish you would just pack up and leave.
Okay.
No, stay, don't leave, no. Just kidding. All right. Well, we've got an awesome show for you right now. Just as Falcone mentioned, we have another match right now that will possibly determine which team goes to the World Finals. And just as Omen Elite have come out swinging with a victory in last month's finals and a big win earlier on their match today, Tempo Storm have got a lot to their name as well. The #1 team on the leaderboards. They were victorious in the June monthly finals. This is going to be an epic match for the ages, Tridd.
It would be, but I'm just perplexed by these bans, Woody. Mortis and Gale being taken out of the matchup here by Omen Elite. Does mean that Surge is available like he was in the previous series. Is there some tomfoolery from Omen Elite that I'm just not aware of?
Look, Gale has been banned out from pretty much every round, so that's not too much of a surprise. But you're right that the Mortis ban is atypical. We've seen it before, but only once. You know, I guess that they might think that Tempo Storm had a trick up their sleeves that they were trying to get out of the action here. So, I mean, we saw Mortis a few times successfully used against throwers in the previous match. He can present a threat. This might indicate that we're going to see a much more thrower-heavy comp this time. And indeed, we do have both Sprout and Tick coming in from Omen Elite at the bottom this time.
All right. So
and on the top for Tempo Storm.
Yeah, let's see how we get on with this one. It's an exact mirror composition, so Surge and 2 throwers, and Omen Elite have territorial control of Canal Grant to kick things off.
Yeah, nice dominant start for them. In fact, they've got that first star in the center and are being able to push Tempo Storm back into the top. That warm-up that they got in that first match is really paying off well for them right now. Alec 26 on the top has been taking a ton of damage, dropping bombs straight into Tyrant Star's path. And wow, he's only 1 shot away from death. He's got to be really careful here. Retreat, but they're all in the top right corner. That could be a lot of opportunity for Omen Elite to splash damage their way into this.
Gonna easily break it up, but a nice return kill coming in from Bobby to take out Tyrant Star on the right-hand side. Corey's under threat now. The damage is there. Teleport from Bobby. He goes aggressive. And Corey has to cut off the route of Avenue. Zulan on the back line will find Alec, and Omen Elite have wrestled back control.
Yeah, scary use of that gadget there from Bobby to hop over the waters, but it does force out a super from Corey on defense. That will be able to hold the line. Advantage now for Omen Elite as they pick up another kill. 5-3 is the scoreline, but Tempo Storm have been pushed back into their spawn once again, and they came out swinging last time they were in trouble. You can back them into a corner, but can you finish them off?
Well, that's the million-dollar question for when these teams get to the World Finals, is that can they actually pull this off? Bobby goes aggressive onto Tyrant Star, only sitting at stage 2 right now, so he has the increased movement speed. That's not something that Zulan has been able to pick up himself on the Surge. With 25 seconds remaining, Omen Elite still have the lead. Bobby's aggressive moves need to pay them dividends.
Yeah, these surges work so well when they get souped up, but the thrower damage coming out from both teams have really stymied their efforts to get that upgrade in. Advantage for Omen Elite as they start to retreat now. A bit of a dicey spot here. They got to be careful. They can't get too far in the corner or Tempo Storm could dump the damage onto them in a very short amount of time. 3 seconds left. Fire the bombs in. It's not going to be enough. Omen Elite hold on to their advantage with a 5-3 star win in game number 1.
Just too late from Tempo Storm there, Woody, unable to get it. You saw the pincer coming in. They needed maybe 1 or 2 more seconds on the clock, and they could have got away with that one, but they pulled the trigger too late to find it in this round. So Omen Elite will take round number 1.
Ominous performance from the Elite squad, but their meteorologists were on point here, have stopped the storm in their tracks, and will go back into safety once again. Game number 2 will be starting up shortly with an opportunity for Omen Elite to take an early lead here in this match. Tempo Storm have got to find another way to make this happen. Are we going to see another mirror match, or do you expect any brawler swaps here, Tridd?
My heart says no, but my brain says yes. I'd like to see him go at it again on this composition. I think we might see some adaptation. The question is, who's going to do the adaptation and who's going to try and mind game the other into something else? That's what I want to see, because oftentimes they try and get ahead of the changes, and the heart prevails, Woody. We get to see this all over again.
Rewind the tape and start to play it back again, but will it turn out differently this time? A bit more of aggressive placement here from Omen Elite, firing away with that tick on both sides of the map, trying to deny access to the midpoint here. No team going for the star early on, instead trying to focus on kills. They're going to get a good placement here. Omen Elite grab that early star, and wow, an aggressive stab from Tyrant Star, really making himself vulnerable, but if he gets a kill, it might be rewarded. A gadget use there.
He didn't get the kill, Woody, but it wasn't really punished by Bobby or Alec. If they would have known as well that Zulan was low on that right-hand side, they would have pressed forward. That could have been huge for Tempo Storm. They didn't capitalize on Tyrant Star's aggression, though.
Yeah, they might be shaken and a little bit concerned about that advantage that Omen Elite picked up early on. That 1-star lead is starting to shape up into something significant here with just a minute left and no kills from either team. Tempo Storm are taking a lot of fire and haven't really been able to cover their opponents just as well. Bobby takes a few shots off, but hasn't been able to get past that level 2 upgrade, and he needs a lot more damage, Tridd.
He needs to get that level 3 online. There's the damage increase for Bobby. All right, so like you said, Woody, he's going to be hitting like a truck now. We just need to make sure he can spill off into multiple forms of that. If he can get that final upgrade, it's game over for Omen Elite. Now he has to break through this wall. He's been cut off. He has the teleport gadget available. If he wants to try and pin Sakori in this sprout on the bottom right-hand side, he can do so. There's the level 4 upgrade. Bobby is going to be the huge threat now. Omen Elite have to quiver. Zulan is so low. One more chicken joy. A double coming in as Tempo Storm will take the lead with 20 seconds remaining.
Bobby is a monster. Not a single upgrade for King Zulan, but Bobby is at max, firing away and tearing apart this Omen Elite squad. A 5-star advantage can't be come back even if they take him down. Bobby is the king of this map and will claim victory for his squad. A 1-1 draw now as Omen Elite have been pushed back.
You can't be letting the Surges get to max power, Woody. That in itself is a secondary win condition of the game. If you do not shut down the Surge, you may as well count it a loss. Zulan, especially on this map, able to just send his shots right down the canal and have it split into 6 separate particles, spreading out. 2 of these were hitting brawlers on every occasion and dealing so much damage to them. You saw how fast he shredded through Zulan. There was nothing he could do about that. You cannot let them level up. You have to get the kills early.
Omen Elite clapping on the 1 and 3 beat. Couldn't keep tempo against the Storms, just dropping down on them, raining death from above with these 2 thrower brawlers, and seeking to do so once again. It's the same brawler lineup for both teams, but which will prevail? In the end, it's going to be which Surge gets their super charged up first. And I think if past his prelude, that's going to be Bobby. He's found the secret way to get the damage in. And wow, Corey charging in really aggressively there. Won't get the kill early on, but it's going to be Zulan to finish things off. Gets the first one and the backup from Corey for that 5-star lead.
Absolutely, gives him the lead. The only saving grace here for Bobby was that he died before he used his super, so he can still upgrade before he, after his death. This 7-star lead, though, for Omen Elite needs to start being curved by Tempo Storm. They're dealing some good damage to Zulan in the mid, and obviously OG's pretty safe there, but Bobby needs to press forward. He's trying to get that more charge on the line so he can come online as Surge and lead this team back from this 7-star deficit.
A ridiculous amount of firepower dealt to the Tempo Storm squad. They are now getting drawn back up into their own spawn zone and have very little maneuverability against an Omen Elite team that has really come back tearing through this map. Great job so far to King Zulan, keeping that damage applied over on the right side, not even letting them walk past that little line of defense. Omen Elite are really in a great spot here, Tridd.
Bobby was so close to going down then. He can't lose his stacks. He needs to be trying to get online. Headfirst is going on the hunt for Corey. He deals with that quite handily. Zulan has now hit max rank, so now it is Omen Elite's time to show them the strength of Surge.
Can they get it done, though? A 9-star deficit. Even if they team wipe their opponents, that wouldn't be enough to catch up. A nice 3-star hit there from Tempo Storm, and they're doing their best to get all the way past that finish line. But still, how much can you ask of them? The squad's only got 7 seconds left, and they're taking just as many hits as they were able to dish out. Tempo Storm loses another 2 brawlers, and Omen Elite get the win of set number 1. 14-16 is the scoreline.
Yeah, it's too late there to get that online. Bobby did eventually get his max strength. He was only able to take out Corey at the end and immediately lost his life afterwards. So unable to find the value you want from your Surge. So that means Omen Elite is going to go ahead and walk away with the first set as we look towards set number 2.
Excellent job there to Omen Elite, dropping game number 2, but not letting them get shaken at all. Tempo Storm have dealt a heavy blow, but can't get that set 1 win. That does speak well of them for future sets to come, though. They're able to go neck and neck with Omen Elite, and with a leading spot on the leaderboard. Remember, even if Omen Elite get the win here, they might be able to flip the script, but Tempo Storm are going to be just nibbling at their heels with additional matches ahead of this in the next 2 months to come. We're going to be going to Super Stadium next, a brawl ball map with a lot of obstacles to path around. If you can knock down those 3 that are right in front of the goal, though, you might have an easy shot in. We saw Terra being used, interestingly enough, on this Brawl Ball map previously, a very risky brawler who can knock down obstacles and get a ton of value with her super. But the more standard picks that we've seen in the past bring high hit point brawlers like Pam and Frank to bear as the tanks out in front. Tridd, what are you looking most forward to?
I would be curious if we can see some of the stuff that LATAM South brought to us, where we had Max being comboed with quite fast-paced brawlers. I think the problem is, though, a lot of the picks are going to be chosen by the fact that Surge is available and so powerful right now that every composition has to be tailored around having a Surge in it. So we might not see as many of the other compositions we've seen. Alec will still roll out on the Max though to help with the speed boost, just has to deal with Zulan on the right-hand side.
Good point. Just like Mr. P, Surge excels so well at that mid-range, and with that lasting power souped up and upgraded, you can get a lot of value out of him if you can survive long enough. No survivability brawlers like Poco or Pam to support either of these teams this time, but what a huge start for Omen Elite, getting so far in and forcing a super out of OG to try to keep that ball away from the goal line. Their defense will hold up, but at what cost?
Alex trying to burn through. Oh my god, the dispenser coming in just at the right time to block the shots for Tyrant Star. He turns it around onto Alec. And now there's some difficulties. Bobby's about to upgrade again, hit that level 3. And he might be able to walk away with that increased damage. He's waiting for the right time to use it. But there's the enhanced portal. It's going to take a few shots. Alex got the ball locked down in mid. But he's not going to touch it himself for now.
Tyrant Star setting up even more Robo Porters and just forcing Alec back. That's another advantage for Omen Elite and the chance to push even further in. Corey's looking really good here now, firing his shots off and getting that supercharged up. Could be clutch if he can get the exclusion there and keep Alec away from him. But Alec's going to charge in. He supers up. He charges with the ball. He's going down toward the goal, but finished off early on there by Corey on defense. Great job holding the brick wall steady.
Ooh, that could have been risky right there, Alec. This is where you got to watch out for the Max. Corey is on a 3v1 right now. Going to try and force Bobby away, who's still being locked in this goal. The defenser right in the spawn as well to get the porters out. Alec sealed off away from the goal. Can't get reinforcements from his team.
Oh, no.
They're getting ready to set the trap. They're going to fire in the throws. There's nowhere they could go. No one's respawned to break it and sacrifice their shield. Finally, Alec emerges and forces out. He's able to dismantle Zulan. Bobby will go down. That should have been Omen Elite's goal, but it's been broken by Tempo Storm.
Like the jailer warden at this prison, shutting 2 enemy brawlers into their own spawn zone and killing the 3rd. They should have had that key and lock in hand, but unable to get it past the line right when Tempo Storm broke out. That jailbreak giving them another breathing room and trying their best to fight for mid-control as we start into overtime. All the walls come tumbling down, Tridd.
Now we're looking towards super usage. It becomes a lot harder to get value from Sprout when the walls are available. And you got nothing to combo the terrain with. Gonna find that damage onto OG, who's incredibly low. They're lining up in front of the goal, and a lot of damage being given. This could be it for Omen Elite. They're gonna shoot and score! Corey seals the deal. Omen Elite take the first mound.
Omen Elite jailing their opponents and then moving in for the execution at the end. Tempo Storm knocked back with a team kill, and all 3 brawlers on the blue side of the field still alive and well, finishing it off in expert fashion and showing once again why they've got the win from last month and the lead against the #1 squad in North America. They are a team to be reckoned with, Tridd.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, Tempo Storm. You're starting to lose control of this match. It's not looking good. Omen Elite lead up with 1 set, and they take the first map when it comes into set number 2. Then grab the second one. You're on series point already. So if you're a Tempo Storm fan, you got to start sending them your energy because they're starting to fall behind.
Yeah, call in Thor, the lightning god. We need to supercharge this Tempo Storm squad to get this thing turned back around. Omen Elite are ready to strike once again. Those Surge coming in from both sides, Mr. P and Sprout, the support features for each team. But an early hit there for Omen Elite, once again setting the pace for this game, forcing Alec and Bobby back to get very little value from their early attack. Getting some more damage off though against Corey. He's going to have to use that gadget to heal back up. And Tyrant Star finally got his supercharge, but is getting dropped into a corner, having really big trouble breaking out, Tridd.
Yeah, a lot of difficulty being kept in there by Tempo Storm. Corey will finally press forward. He's got the super pass off to the left, so he cuts off Alex's preferred route of retreat. But he's going to be back into this one. No one's there to get the kill. Alex still happy to walk around with that photosynthesis. Bobby hiding for now. We'll try and get some supercharge to get that next stack and power himself up. But they're going to get the ball clear and push it into the half of Tempo Storm.
Good read here by Jude3498 in chat. Says that Tempo Storm might have considered banning Sprout since Corey is just so OP with him, pushing deep into enemy territory. Even when he goes down, he gets a brilliant super off that's going to lock Tempo Storm back up under their own side of the playing field. He'll be back in the action soon to help out his Surge, who just got powered up and is ready to strike hard at the heart of his Tempo Storm army.
They're going to move forward. Bobby's got a chance to upgrade here. I think he's careful of the death. There you go, level 2. So he's got the enhanced movement speed. They're still not able to get out of their spawn right now. OG struggling to fight with Tempo. Tyrant Storm going to be changing that around and finally gets the kill. But OG, very low, needs to take cover. Bobby's going to go on the aggression. He finds Corey, and now Zulan is going to be his next intended target as they're trying to clear out these dispensers and get the ball out of their half.
Playing defense so far this entire game. Tempo Storm are up and got their hands tied behind their back. They haven't been able to get the ball past that midpoint at all. And another brilliant hit from Zulan will knock down another enemy. He's souped up to full status, and Bobby hasn't even reached level 3 yet, doing his best to stay alive and being forced back into his own spawn zone. We're looking to see a repeat of game number 1 as Tempo Storm have been choked and are just bleeding out right now. Omen Elite continue to pressure hard, but Alec has finally broken out and dealt a little bit of damage to Zulan there, forcing him back, but it's a 3v2 now. Can they get the ball past this goal line? 10 seconds remain until overtime, Tridd.
They're misplacing it off to the side by using the Sprout Super. Overtime will definitely come into effect at this rate. Woody and OG doesn't want to risk it. He puts it into the backcourt to make sure that happens. And now they're going to try to take the open field, but they're running into the powerhouse that is Zulan. I don't see how Tempo Storm can win this one. They get deleted, and now they get open goal. It's so easy. They're going to hold on to it, and Omen Elite walk it in. Tyrant Star will take the series to a 2-0 scoreline.
Hats off to Zulan, the king at the end of that match, popping down enemies like they were nothing. Great finishing shots with that souped up level 4 brawler. Impossible to defend against. Amazing job to Zulan. Tyrant Star might have gotten the star player there, but Zulan might be the MVP of that game, Tridd.
Just being able to sit on top of the Surge, build the stacks, knock, die, produce that value in the end game. That's what we want to see. Look at the damage difference there for Omen Elite. They had pretty much 50k damage over Tempo Storm. The kills were all in their favor. The goals as well. There was absolutely nothing Tempo Storm could do to stop that as we look towards our next map. We'll have a look and see what it is. It's Stone Fort, so we're going over to a gem grab type.
We just witnessed a shattering upset against Tempo Storm, the ground shaking beneath them as a really close set number 1 was just wiped off the board as Omen Elite claimed that one, and then a second right back to back. But hey, we've seen reverse sweeps before today, Tridd, and you can't ever count Tempo Storm out of it. They're going to be continuing to run with this Surge setup, doing their best to get that level up early and fast against a King Zulan, who seems to be maybe the best Surge in all of North America. It's all going to be up to whether or not these PAMs can get their healing turrets set up in a good position to support mid-control of the map in this gym grab game mode.
Speaking of position, they both were incredibly aggressive. They both got punished for it. Zulan comes out on top between the duel between him and Bobby. He's got that first stack, so he's got the added movement speed. Try and lock down this mid. There's the healing station down for Alec. Tyrant Star hasn't yet got his online, but Zulan's just going to go on the flank and take care of that easily. A lot of gems up for grab in the middle. Tyrant Star's in position to do that. He's waiting for Zulan to come before he can reinforce and get them.
Terrifying spread of firepower from both of these PAMs. Even when they go up on a 2v1, they can still emerge victorious and force back their opponents. Tyrant Star is going to poke into the bush, and he finds Nani there. Great read as he sets up that super to try to defend against these two brawlers on the backside, but knocked apart. Omen Elite and Tempo Storm tied up right now, 4-4. But I got to say, it's probably not in Omen Elite's favor that Zulan is holding so many of the gems there. They'd really prefer that Mr. P be the gem carrier there. Nice super by Zulan to jump out of the way.
I've been watching the minigame of this round, Woody. I've been watching Nani just build up these supers and send in the peeps to try and hunt down Zulan. And it's all about how Zulan's been sneaking to try and get away with it. He's using teleports. He's using his super to escape. He's got it online. He's just going to dodge out OG's next super. There's so much attention being paid to shut him down, and they're not able to do it. And OG's put himself in a compromising position to do it. Bobby's got the power to try and stop him, but he TP's right into Zulan's shot. This is all over. Omen Elite have absolute control over the gem grab. And if Tyrant Star can walk away, they will take round number 1 and move to series points.
Just like a Wild West duel, Zulan and Bobby face each other one last time on the right side of the map. And with that draw, they take one final shot victory there for King Zulan. Early to get that maxed out surge and finishing off with brilliant stellar fashion. Awesome job to him again. I gotta say, big candidate for MVP once again, jumping over enemy Nani supers and doing his best to hold on to gems. He's carrying this team, and Omen Elite need just one more win for the match victory, Tridd.
Zulan, well, I don't know if it was shown in the replay package as well, but Zulan on the left-hand side, when the first attempt at the peep came in, he basically grabbed Corey and was like, no, you're going to tank this for me. You can die, I can't. Pushed Mr. P in the way, dropped him down to 43 HP by tanking the peep. Then on the next attempt, TP's over a wall, jumps up to avoid it. He's absolutely just committing the 5Ds of dodgeball to dodge the peep, and he's successfully doing it. They're going to try the exact same thing again. OG's running out in the Nani. Bobby has hit that level 2 first. That could be pivotal in them wrestling controls. He takes out Zulan as well.
Dip, dodge, and dodge. I don't know. They're going to find some way to keep these shots off of them the best they can. King Zulan going down early, though, is going to give a little bit of chance here for Team Tempo Storm to make their way back into this match. They haven't gotten a single set win yet and are down in this third one. They have got their backs against the ropes, and the pummels from Omen Elite have knocked them silly. Tempo Storm finally finding a chance to edge up, but OG can't hold on against two brawlers firing away at him. King Zulan and Corey nuke him, and that is going to be a reversal of favors here now. Omen Elite with 6 gems.
Oh, OG, he TP's in! He just goes straight for it. He draws so much aggro, but the gems are now up for grab. Bobby building up those stacks still. He can hit that final upgrade, and that's what Tempo Storm needed. The extra wind in their sails. Bobby has to come up big here to bring them back into this, or they will lose this map and the series.
Tyrant Star Bowerson down Alec and Bobby to both back off. What a finish, a 1v2. That Tyrant Star, through pure force of will, has just obliterated the competition. The gem carrier for Omen Elite is only separated by 13 seconds between him and ultimate victory in this region. Bobby is forced to play ring around the rosy on the top side, not able to get any shots off against Tyrant Star, who retreats back to the safety of the bushes and will claim ultimate victory. Omen Elite have done it.
They played around that win condition so well, Woody. Omen Elite knew that Bobby was the only way into this one, and so they just pivoted around, kited away from him, made sure he couldn't find an angle to attack. This secondary win condition, OG, if he could find a good peep off the back of some damage, maybe could have bought some more time on the clock. But he was also shut down on the right-hand side. He couldn't get in, he couldn't find safety to use his super. It just all went wrong for Tempo Storm at the end there. Omen Elite had a fantastic performance, and they walk away with the series.
It's my last match on the desk, so I just want to thank all of the viewers for tuning in to watch these amazing players. An awesome show set up once again by Supercell and by ESL. I know there's another match still left to remain, but I'll be away and just want to congratulate Omen Elite once again on their stunning victory today. Shutting down Tempo Storm in a 3-0 sweep is really incredible play from all y'all. Thanks so much to my co-casters as well. I'm going to be sending it off now to Falcone to close us out for this match.
Well, there you have it. Again, one of the most important matches of the tournament so far. And Omen Elite are going to take this one down. Our MVP of this match is going to be Zulan. Are you even surprised? The king of playing as Surge for today. Now, look. With Surge, if you get the early level up in a game of Bounty and shut down the enemy Surge, you win. That's how it works, and that is exactly what King Zulan was able to do. He dominated as Surge. We saw him do the same thing later on in Brawl Ball, which is even harder to play as Surge, by the way, because scoring a goal actually resets your level ups. But still, building up that super, not dying, it's just not possible for the opponent to shut you down when you get that powerful. And finally, we saw the same old story again in Gem Grab. You see Zulan taking out the enemy Surge right there where it really counted. A well-deserved win for Omen Elite. And now, if we take a look at the bracket, Omen Elite have won the group, 2-0 victory. That is that. They are first place today. And we're going to take a look at the last match of the day. Because if CosmosEsports take down Tempo Storm, if Tempo Storm finish today in last place in the group, Omen Elite will be neck and neck points-wise. Things are going insane. Marley, Minwoon, Kennedy, and Skywalker, it is up to you to take down Alec, OG, and Bobby to help Omen Elite get that number 1 or joint first spot in the season. Let's take a look at the first team. It's CosmosEsports. Cosmos Elite, rather. Cosmos Elite have the fighting spirit. It may be true that they're not fighting for global finals, but they're fighting for a lot of money. We're going to see some real competition from them as they try and take down Tempo Storm. When asked what his superpower is, Marley said, active noise cancelling, allowing him to become immune to stuns, slows, and knockbacks for 1.5 seconds. Huh, that sounds really, really familiar. No idea. Moving on, Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm are fighting for their chance to hit global finals. They've lost where it really counted already, but if they can at least come second, they will maintain their lead today. When asked who, if anyone, OG would add to his team, he claimed Kuda Ace, so that I won't have to deal with children anymore. Oof! That sounded like a burn. Was that a burn? That seemed like a pretty bad burn. Let's hope his teammates can forgive him in the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, Falcone. What a day it has been. Omen absolutely obliterated everything in their path. Congratulations for them. This is absolutely going to cause a stir on the leaderboard. Bans are in, though. Gale is the ban for Cosmos. Max is the ban for Tempo Storm.
Why are they leaving Surge up Ark? I'm getting real sick of this. The games are basically being dictated by Surge, and they're not removing that vital pick. So we're going to just watch a lot of Surge running around here on this one. Bobby from Tempo Storm wasn't able to keep up with Zulan. I wonder if he's going to have as much luck when he faces down Cosmos.
Yeah, I mean, going into the game mode Siege, Olive Branch, I've got to say, for me, I don't think Surge is maybe a top contender here. Being
it's not,
honest.
but they're addicted to it at this point, Ark. They just seem to run it whenever. Just with no, Surge isn't a good pick, but he's still in here. Like,
Surge Stars is the name today. But I've got to say, Tempo Storm are not going with Surge, and Omen Elite today have already shown that they can perform very confidently without it. So I've got to say, sometimes as dominant as Surge is in the meta, there are other brawlers, the map dependent, game mode dependent, where actually there are better options in my opinion.
Well, Tempo's already removed Sprout, and they will get that level 2 Siege bot. Minwoon taking over the responsibility, but he's incredibly low. Bobby could just finish him off here, and he's going to do just that. Level 2 Siege bot moving into Ike range. The tank begins. Great wall to lock him off and buy more time. But here comes Tempo Storm. They're looking for their damage, and they're going to find it as they drop it down to sub 50% HP. And the bot is still alive and wailing on the Ike. What an impressive first push.
Yeah, honestly, that was a monster first push for Tempo Storm, who are still banking on their 2 bolts. They've got to get a bit more as Cosmos are catching up on that side of things. But Minwing has to stay alive. Going with Surge is one thing, but you've got to maintain your stacks. And right now, he's still struggling to do that. And, to really put the pressure on Tempo Storm, he does need to maintain, and goes down again. This is going to be a struggle of a defense, I feel, for Cosmos right here, Tridd.
Oh, it's going to be a rough one, Ark. Not going to lie to you. Tempo Storm running it down into the Ike range. The healing station's going to buy some more time, but it's already over. It's already too late. That's Tempo Storm taking game number 1.
Dominant start for Temperstorm, and yeah, I mean, it seemed like Surge wasn't the decider there, and you know, you got to ask yourselves: are Cosmos gonna take the memo? Are they gonna take that as a sign to maybe switch things up? Because I do feel like Temperstorm at the moment have the better comp.
Absolutely. Well, I just noticed on the end screen there that caught me off guard, Ark, is that Bobby apparently has obviously the star power enabled for Sprout. Doesn't actually have any trophies on Sprout. I'm not sure how that's happened.
It begs the old question in Brawl Stars: is do trophies equal skill? You know, do numbers on the ladder really replicate and transfer over to competitive? Because that's the thing for me, really, is like obviously that's a newer brawler that he's pulled from the box, but you know, this is the question that a lot of people ask: is ladder a true representation of skill? And you know, if you look at someone like Semantic for Tribe Gaming, who you know, really is probably, in my opinion, like the pro of the scene, which has the least number of trophies all round, I would absolutely go with the no.
Yeah, he's no Cursed. He's no Spen and Tom, who are just ladder warriors, but he's still able to compete with the best of them. And well, that's Marley going to be taken off to the right-hand side once again. Only a level 1 siege bot this time, but Tempo Storm, despite the change-ups from their opponents, they will still have control of the map, and they are looking to get the siege bot in there. I'm not certain about the defense coming in. There's the connection, and the damage will start.
Yeah, another good start for...
That's a level 1 siege bot, Ark. Come on, that should not be doing that much damage. They shouldn't be getting away with that. I'm just getting tilted at this point. Like,
it is a disgusting first push. I'm not going to call it anything else other than that, because, yeah, that is not what you want to see if you're Cosmos right now. And, you know, Mali winning side might be able to help out a little bit, but right now, you know, 6 bolts are still being pocketed by Temperstorm, and Cosmos have got to turn this around quickly if they're going to keep up to the pace that Temperstorm have set.
They're not. They're absolutely not going to be able to. They have to have such a huge defense here, Ark, to even have a chance to come into this round. And Minwoo's gone down early, so he'll have that shield. So has Sky. That's already expired. They might not get the timing on this correctly to deal with it. The Sprout will buy more time, but they're being burned through just as fast as they can respawn. Tempo Storm, just absolutely demolishing Cosmos.
Yeah, which they need to do, because at the moment, if they are not going to come out on top against Cosmos, then the gap between them and Omen Elite now is very much at stake. So they've got to pull out all the stops now. They do not want to end today on a low. They've got to keep this momentum. They've got to keep getting these kills confirmed and the damage going and being dealt. So this is the stuff that they needed. Look at that difference. 3 times the bolts of Cosmos, and
4 times the kills, Ark. That's what I'm looking at.
My goodness me. What do you
they
make of
average
that?
2 kills per round, Ark. 2 kills per round. They couldn't even get a team wipe.
Yeah.
That shows you the dominance of Tempo Storm right now.
As a yikes for me, but in its early days, Olive Branch is behind us. Heat Wave is upon us. A bounty is going to be the next game mode for Cosmos to turn this one around.
So no surge on this map type either. We like to see some variation here. Going to be sending in Minwoo on the Jackie instead, so we need to see Tempo Storm paying them respect and giving them distance. Alec is off to the side, keeping him at bay with the pickaxe, and OG's running out of terrain to play around on the Mr. P. Has to get to safety, but Marley's got in a little bit too much. Cut off from support as well. Great use of the super from Bobby to make sure that happened.
Yeah, I really like that play from Bobby. Shutting off that corridor there of the potential damage made a huge difference to that push incoming, but the pressure is still being applied by Cosmos. Mali running batting stance, allowing him to push up as well, and it's not out of the woods yet for Temperstorm. This could be a second wave coming inbound. Minwoo!
Too low!
By Bobby Energy!
Too low, Ark. He couldn't get in there. Shut down by Tempo. Mali tempted to get some work done, but it's actually Sky who picks up the kill, so not giving him an edge, but they are managing to build those stars. They're still 2 behind Tempo Storm, and it's enough to allow Tempo Storm to get out of their spawn and start taking control of the map.
Yeah, I feel like Cosmos was shortchanged there. That BB super from Marley, and combined with the wall actually that was placed by Bobby, ironically enough, almost saw the demise of Alec. But now it's Temperstorm on the fence, and Marley almost actually got he got taken down very sharply there by OG, and now things very much in the hands of Temperstorm.
Marley's going to be on the hunt for OG. He's got into close range right now, smashing him against the wall, gives him a whiplash, and then cuts him down. But there's still 1 star behind. Min Woong's going to have to go on the offensive and find it. It's going to come down to this last engagement, Ark.
Yeah, they've got to get some momentum here. Sky needs to really have super to allow MENA Woong to push in deep into the Temperstorm.
Alex goes aggressive!
Shutting down the poke is so important. But the equalizer from Mali, 13 stars each. Amazing final place from Cosmos there.
But also from Alec, if he didn't go on the offensive there, Ark, and attempt to force Sky away, then actually that would have been Cosmos guaranteeing themselves the first win. Alec was like, no, I have to be the backup plan here. Cut down Sky with his own super. Potentially his teammates in their spawn can deflect the attack by themselves. But great play by Cosmos, but also by Alec to just go for that at the end.
Yeah, it was a really, really good moment to seize, because getting the poker taken out, such an important deflation of the Cosmos push there. And yeah, but good to see some fight coming back from Cosmos, having taken that early defeat in Siege. They definitely need to start to kind of like build up their confidence as a team and start working like one, because they haven't really been doing that so far. It's been very much an individuals game so far. They've got to start working together more if they're going to be able to see this one through.
Well, we're going to be jumping into our next round of Bounty scoreline, still 0-0 because of the draw. Looking for comp changes, not going to be found on Cosmos' side. Tempo Storm, they're changing it up. Bobby going over to the Mortis, so it's not quite a Slambulance, it's more of a surgeon comp, I believe it was. Or is it the field medic? I can't remember. It's something to do with surgery, because we're going to need some precision from Bobby.
Yeah, and Bobby now being allowed, as that Mortis ban not being in place as it was against Omen Elite, able to get some freedom to work on his slice and dice skills, and be interested to see whether he'll be running Survival Shovel, the new Mortis gadgets, or not. And you know, either way, Bobby, a very accomplished Mortis and nothing to be trifled at. But Marley sees it off and will be using batting stance to close the gap.
Well, Bobby just playing around that gap so well. Did actually get caught off guard there at the end by the heal coming in from Sky, but he was dashing out of Marley's attack range in time with the attacks to make sure he mitigated the damage. If it wasn't for those pesky Pocos, he would have got away from it.
Those pesky Pocos, they're at it again. Marley pushing the side here. I like that aggression on Alec and Bobby, but showing good awareness to retreat, and I do like the look of this Temper Storm.
OG, look where OG is. He's managed to wrap behind. There's the pincer in position. He needs to get on Sky right away, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Sky pauses out the heal. The rest of Tempo Storm's gone down. OG, if he can collapse on him right now, he can go him out big, but he's only able to find Sky. That's not enough for the trade, and Cosmos have the lead.
Yeah, so Sky now really needs to earn his super, because he's the key in keeping Marley alive. Marley can't really go on the aggressive, especially if OG sucks him in as he's looking to circle his super right now. OG knows that he needs to get Marley taken down, but whilst that batting star power is in play, it's going to be tricky. Minimum with a double suck. That could be costly for Cosmos with a heal from
the heal!
There.
The heal keeps Bobby up. He also pops his own super to sustain. No one's dying, Ark, until Marley comes in. OG has to come up big here, uses the super, but Min Woong takes him out. The offense from Tempo absolutely dismantled, and Cosmos will take round number 1.
Wow, great to see Cosmos starting to fight back and think through things a little bit in terms of their comp and their decision-making process. And, you know, Temper Storm have got that first set in the bag, but run the risk now of dropping the ball in this second set of Bounty. A great opportunity if Cosmos choose to capitalize here.
Well, they're going to have to, Ark. I'm looking to them to do so. They need to equalize the set score. They need to equalize the series score, not just the set score right now. They're quite comfortable with the comp. The Mortis not working out entirely because they were committing so much to get OG or Bobby on the back line. And when they were doing that, Cosmos correctly went on the offensive and just attacked a weaker unit while they were setting up the pincer. It's the exact response you need to do when that's happening, and Cosmos didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, I think for me, running Mortis against a BB is a very dangerous place to be. You're kind of banking on that first shot to kind of miss to take away the batting stance shield, protective shield there. So it's a bit of a risk to run. I think Bobby maybe banking on and hoping on the idea of Sprout being played to kind of capitalize there, but it didn't really happen. And Jackie and BB, not two brawlers that you really want to be going up against if you're playing Mortis.
No comp changes for Cosmos. Tempo Storm gonna bring Bo to the field with Mr. P and Sprout. So complete change up for them. Hopefully they'll deal with it. Mingwung's gonna go into the face of Mr. P, taking a lot of damage, but Sky is there to try and heal him. Mingwung's still not going down yet. The heals are coming in. He's isolated. Sprout needs to get a kill. Bobby finds it. Sky could be target number 2 as Marley goes on the offensive. Unable to deal it. Alec deals with him quite handily. A great first response from Tempo Storm. They are not crumbling under the aggression this time.
But hand to Alec there under a lot of pressure to land every single one of those bow arrows, and land them he did. Coming out on top is probably, I imagine, again running that tripwire gadget. We'll have to wait and see whether that makes a big play. But there's the takedown that Marley was looking for, and now the pressure is on as Miniman closes in as well. My goodness me, stars are flying. It's 10 each now, Tridd.
10 apiece with 1 minute remaining. We've reset the scoreline in the game, Ark. And now we're back to square one. Super's online. Alec is going to set up the traps. So if that aggression from Minwoon comes in, he can maybe catch him off guard. But I'm thinking Cosmos are going to remember where he placed those.
Yeah, I think if Minwoon swaps lanes here maybe and gets a gadget to speed rush OG, he would be the ideal person to be looking to target playing Jackie, but he seems to stay mid here and look for an opportunity on either Bobby or Alec. But, they're very much aware to his presence there and raining shots down to deter him. So I do like this positioning that we're starting to see from Temperstorm and Cosmos maybe being pushed into a bit of an ambush here.
Being pushed into the corner. They want to shoot the trap. Mingwoon just out of range with his super. That's disappointing to see. They know Bobby hasn't got his online for the time being. There's a window of opportunity to go ahead. They're waiting for Sky to get the heal online to reinvigorate the push. But now, Mingwung's going on the offensive. He's already used the gadget. Too much damage. The wall comes out in time. So now it's on Marley to find the kill instead. But there's an offensive lead. The traps. They forgot about the traps, Ark. And it's all gets shut down. Tempo Storm equalized the set.
There is the play that I was looking for from Alec, and he didn't disappoint. Tripwire coming in clutch, and the desperation of Cosmos to be able to try to close the deficit there, and that was what led to those mistakes. Was being behind is no place that you want to find yourself in the final stages of Bounty. Those final seconds count, and Temperstorm capitalized, and that was the end of that. But great to see Tripwire making some clutch plays.
Right at the end there, when they needed it most, there's a great shutdown potential. Tempo Storm still alive in this set. They adapted to something different, and I don't think that we saw a prepared Cosmos Esports when it came down to dealing with it. Cosmos, now the onus is on them to go ahead and change things up, but I see them sticking with the same comp because of how close to victory they actually were.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that was a much better display. I think the Mortis pick is, although one that Bobby plays incredibly well, not really ideal on this particular map because Jackie is so prominent and BB is obviously a pick which Cosmos are liking at the moment. So going to cause some problems. But interesting to say, there's no Surge right now. Surge is not banned. We're not seeing him. I think there's something to take from the community's perspective here because I see a lot on Twitter, Surge stars this and Surge stars that, but actually the pros are not playing it as much. It's very dependent on the game mode and the map.
Right, well, let's see if they're going to end up pulling that one out instead. We're getting ready to go into round number 3 as soon as we can. See if they're going to pull out with this one. As we jump in, there's the spectate, and we're getting ready to go. Our game number 3, deciding who takes this second set. It's back onto Bounty, and there's a Brock coming out. So comp changes for Cosmos. They try and mirror what Tempo Storm have been pulling out.
Yeah, Brock is a great brawler to bring out the mix right now, actually, to kind of to try to use the range to close any kind of advance from Temperstorm is a great idea, and obviously that super has the ability to not only destroy brickwork and walls, but also bushes, and that is going to mean that Bobby running the photosynthesis star power, having that protection whilst in those bushes, is going to be less to his advantage. So I really think this is a smart play by Cosmos here.
Let's see if they can make some advantage of that one. Mingwu pushed back. Early star advantage in favor of Tempo Storm. They're pushing the back. Alec looking to set up these traps when he gets them online, but Sky is going to destroy the cover they were using with that Rocket Rain, and it's going to make it so much harder for Tempo to hide out in these brush.
Yeah, this is good from Cosmos with a slow start. They didn't want to go in super aggressive and find themselves to be trying to play catch-up here, although they have got the Temperstorm to get there once. But Bobby goes down there, and that's just completely changed things, giving the advantage to Cosmos. And now this is exactly why not being so overly aggressive early on will allow the aggression now to be placed on the hands of Temperstorm. And if Cosmos can play this right, a great opportunity for them to capitalize on.
Well, let's hope they can finally get back to control of this one and close out the set. Alec moving forward. Sky has the Rocket Rain. He's going to try and punish Alec. He forces him forward. Just needs to land one more shot, should seal the deal. But it's the briefcase from Minwoo that finds him. Thankfully, Bobby will equalize the kill, meaning that it's only a 1-star difference. With the clocks running down, 20 seconds remaining. Tempo Storm looking to get this lead back.
But Minwoo having 4 stars could prove devastating if Temperstorm can secure this push. With 10 seconds left, they have not got much time to do it, but Mr. P very vulnerable to a push. Wow, the turnaround, and Temperstorm now on 5 stars, but can this shot from Marty connect?
No!
Not enough!
Tempo Storm going to walk away with that one. Do you know how, there was no way that Sky was going to get out of that one, but he was getting pincered in the bottom left-hand side. Bobby could have just thrown his super, locked him in a box, and allowed Minwoo and himself to just destroy him when he couldn't escape. They didn't even have to do that. They found him without the use of that super. So when it came to retreat, they still had that in their back pocket to make sure they got out alive. Great play from Tempo Storm to secure set number 2.
Temperstorm under pressure there, but showing that they can still be resourceful and find it within themselves to still turn things around when they look bleak, and great for them. They don't want to have any unexpected losses here. I think that they came in feeling confident with this matchup, and Omen was probably, I guess, for them, the bigger brute to deal with. But let's see what happens now going into Heist, our 3rd set game mode. Crossroads is the map, so I'm expecting a lot of long-range brawlers, some Brox, some Colts. Gadget with Colt here, very devastating for damage. So what other brawlers do you expect to see on top of those, Tridd?
Something along the lines of Surge, probably. I mean, that's the easy answer right now, Ark, is to just say Surge, because so powerful. We're probably going to end up seeing that. I mean, if you can get him online in a Brawl Ball matchup, yeah, there's a few more opportunities to reset because when you score a goal and whatnot, but it's still a powerful pickup, so we might see some Surge coming in here. Max, probably. Seen a lot of that on Brawl Ball. But look, Surge coming in from Minwoo, Marley coming in, and we've also got Sky on there on the Brock. So no Surge on the side of Tempo Storm. That's an interesting decision.
Yeah, and 8-bit, if my eyes don't deceive me, definitely a risky brawler to choose, but I gotta say, I do feel like Temperstorm will be able to have the advantage despite not going with Surge. And already Alec now popping Gadget. Colt for me here.
They're stopping him! Why are you letting them do that?
You can't leave a Colt untouched. It's just never going to dwell well for you. And finally, Cosmos starting to lock onto Alec as being a threat. But is it too little, too late now, Tridd?
Well, Minwoo's going to upgrade. There's a huge deficit for Cosmos to climb back from. If OG can plant that super in line with the Colt, it's game over. Like, you just Colt pops super when he's in an 8-bit super, it's all over.
Yeah, I really feel like this early damage that's been dealt by Temperstorm is certainly gonna, be an issue now, and the pressure is on for Cosmos to really start to confirm these kills and push back, because the amount of damage that they need to deal is quite substantial under pressure.
Oh my goodness, they're getting absolutely eviscerated. Ark, I don't know how they're gonna get back into this one. Minwoo popping the Gadget to get in Bobby's face and find the upgrade. He can't teleport over that one unless he wants to burn another charge, so he will back away. But the damage is still raining in on the safe, and there's been no answer from Cosmos. The upgrade's there. OG's looking for the flank. He's going to go TP back, and it's all over. Tempo Storm going to push themselves to match point.
And doing it in style. For me, I mean, 8-bit is definitely an interesting choice, but for me, Alec absolutely playing star player there with Colt popping that Gadget, getting those cycles of shots to connect in quick succession. So important on this particular map, and Temperstorm looking to now get into a spot where they can redeem themselves after that defeat to Omen Elite today.
Well, we're already jumping back into the match as fast as we got out of it. They're sticking with the same comps. They have a lot of confidence in it. No changes from Cosmos for Esports either. They just cannot let Alec get into a position where he's given so much free damage, and that's why they're putting Mingwoo on the right-hand side to stop that from happening.
I've got to say, I'm surprised that Cosmos are not changing out Surge. Yes, it's a very strong brawler in the current meta, but it hasn't proved successful in many of the matchups so far for them. So if something's broke, you've got to fix it, and they're not doing that, Tridd.
Oh, Bobby put himself on the wrong side of that wall. He just invited himself to get killed afterwards. So Mingwoo's starting to level up and get to that position where he's going to be a true damage threat. Marley getting some free damage in, will get taken down. Now it's Tempo Storm who are under pressure without any answers to their safe. They're feeling the hurt. They're about to cross that 50% threshold. They're yet to damage Cosmos' safe.
Yeah, some momentum, some changes that we're seeing maybe developing within Cosmos here as they are getting a bit more. Yeah, Alec now, yeah. Again, this is why you don't want to leave Colt, and already all of that progress from Cosmos maybe dwindling away here.
Found Sky. Oh no, Alec is just going to shred through the environment, open up more sightlines. Mingwoo has come online at max damage though. He needs to keep them at bay. They have the edge, but this damage is going to come in and level it out very fast. They're playing around 8-bit Super with the damage boost. Bobby not in range to deal damage himself, but they're going to let OG go forward and do the trick. They are now 1% split, but Tempo Storm is still behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, it amazes me that OG playing 8-bit is still able to juke and dodge these shots, and now the damage goes.
Oh, it's over.
The Tempo Storm is surely over right here, Tridd.
It's all over. Bobby just needs to get in there and get a few more shots. As soon as you see the Colt come back down, he can finish it with a couple of shots. 9% is so winnable for Alec. Everyone's going to have to body block. They're sending Marley to the safe to deal some damage. He pops the super as well. It's on him to try, but he's been taken out. The response they needed is gone. Mingwoo still has the power. He has the ability. He just needs to take out Bobby. They drop it to 6%. They're committing supers. 15 seconds remaining. Cosmos can still win it, but it's so unlikely.
It's still a chance Sky surviving here, but chooses to go for OG, and OG now surely in a chance. There's 78 on the save.
Bobby can sneeze on the safe. He gets in range and fires it over. Tempo Storm close out the day.
Well, Tempo Storm, despite that defeat from Omen, did start to redeem things and will not lose out on the maximum value, which they would have otherwise done. So, going to be able to claw things back just a little bit. But today, a massive congratulations to Omen Elite, who are our victors in the NA and North LATAM region.
Great performance from them, able to clinch out their position. Not falling prey to a third place finish this time around, so Tempo Storm, just dominance for so many of these rounds, Ark. It was hard for Cosmos to deal with. I feel as though Cosmos had one of their strongest showings on this map type, especially when we came out to round number 2, but they just lost control. They lost momentum, and Tempo Storm wrestled it back with this unusual 8-bit composition. But we're going to throw it over to Daniel to close out the day.
Well, Tempo Storm come back when it truly counts, and they come back hard. Well, they may have lost the previous series, but that's okay. They didn't lose the group, which means they are still ahead. We're going to take a look at our MVP, which is Bobby, who, look, I'm not going to lie. The fact that he did sneak a cheeky little Mortis in there did definitely put him a little bit in my favor for VIP, but we saw him primarily playing as Sprout. As you can see in our footage, just Sprout in Bounty doing the thing where you keep away and you deal the stupid amount of damage from a distance with those projectiles. And that is what resulted in Tempo Storm getting that easy breezy victory early on. Moving on, we did see him a little sneaky Mortis, but we're not going to focus too much on that. We saw him play as Jackie later on. We saw him keeping Jackie away with Sprout, walling Jackie away and preventing Jackie from making some unfortunate pushes, rather punishing Jackie for making those pushes. Here's the leaderboard now. Omen Elite did stand on top with a 2-0 match score, but Tempo Storm coming in second place means that they are still the favorites in the group to qualify for Worlds. Big stories happening in this group over the next few weeks, but for today, the prize pool, Omen Elite are taking home $9,000. That's what Tempo Storm were fighting for earlier on in the match against Omen Elite. They weren't able to take it home. $9,000 go to Omen Elite. What a huge prize for them. Huge, huge victories indeed. But now, the story of the week has been points, has been the leaderboard, and Tempo Storm literally 10 points ahead of Omen Elite. Anything can happen over the final 2 monthly finals. Literally, this could go either way moving forward, and I have no clue which of these teams is going to qualify for Worlds. You definitely are going to need to keep your eyes on this region, as we've only locked in a few teams so far for Worlds. We only have 2 months left, so our global final spots are really up in contention. But that is going to be the end of our show for the Brawl Stars August Finals from our wonderful production team and our amazing casters, Woody, Tridd, and Ark, and of course from myself. We wish you a wonderful month, and we'll see you again in September.